lame duck is not taking you anywhere.
I know. You're out of here. Yeah, Roberta, look what you're starting. Are you ready? All right, we'll call this meeting to order of Ventura County Supervisors for December 16th, 2008. Roberta, will you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Parks? Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn? And Supervisor Foy.
Here. The lame duck supervisor says here. All right, we have a moment of affirmation by Pastor Rob McCoy. And Pastor, come on up. I just want to say thank you to Rob, because he's done a tremendous job of bringing all the people for a moment of affirmation up this year, and I really appreciate that. And a lot of people had a lot of wonderful things to say, and it was just great to hear them. So, Pastor, I appreciate that.
Our joy. Well, thank you for the privilege to once again share the moment of affirmation. I wanted to, at the year's end, just kind of encompass some thoughts about each of you as supervisors and do a little bit of homework. I was thinking about 32 years of service for Supervisor Flynn, and one of the things that is amazing to me is the fact that he learned Spanish to work with his constituents better. And Supervisor Bennett, tirelessly working for the foster kids. I'm an adoptive parent. I'm so grateful for what you do. Thank you for that. And then Supervisor Parks, you represent my district, and you've done it well. And I'm honored to have voted for you, and I'm grateful. I don't know if that's allowed to be said, but thank you. Supervisor Long, you make government personal. I've heard from a number of your constituents that you go out to every portion of your district and visit, and it's amazing how you can take something so vast and make it personal. And I've heard wonderful things about that. So, and then Chairman Foy, as a friend of mine, I'm grateful for the privilege to have your friendship and to see how you lead, and you're a good man, and I'm grateful to know you. I wanted to share, since it's the Christmas season, two stories briefly, and then you can get to your work, I promise. The first one is about my father. He served as a city council member. I was born and raised in Coronado, California. He served as a council member, also 32 years, interesting, just like Supervisor Flynn, 32 years in the United States Navy. He was also a vice president of a bank, and he's a good man. He was written up in Time magazine. He had 3 tours of Vietnam, and he's a good citizen. But currently, at 81 years of age, he's in the throes of Alzheimer's. And I went to go visit him 3 weeks ago. And in the house in Coronado, on the upstairs, on one wall are all the family portraits, and on the other wall are all my father's accomplishments. The Time magazine article, all kinds of accolades from his years of service in different branches. And it's interesting that now with Alzheimer's, he takes you on a tour of the house, and when you finish, he takes you on the tour of the house. When he's finished, and he's real sweet that way. But he always takes you on the left side of the hallway to the pictures of his family. And I keep pointing to him, Dad, that's me, I'm your son. And he smiles. And we get down to their bedroom, and all the furniture in the bedroom, my dad is a master woodworker, and he's built all the furniture in my parents' bedroom. He also built my wife and I a bed when we married. And we walked into the bedroom, and my dad pointed to everything, couldn't formulate thoughts. I said, Dad, you built all the furniture in here. And he says, I did. I said, yes, Dad, you did. He said, that's wonderful. And I said, Dad, you built me a bed. Michelle and I, you built us a bed, and you gave it to us on our wedding day. He said, I did. I said, yes, Dad, you did. He says, that makes me very happy. And the thing that is very apparent to me at 44 years of age is that the city of Coronado doesn't call my dad to see how he's doing. The Navy doesn't call him to see how he's doing. The bank that he worked for doesn't call to see how he's doing. Most important thing to him at this stage in his life is his family. And I would just encourage you, you're wonderful men and women who have served this county well, but remember the most important thing is your family. And take this Christmas season to rejoice in the gift God's given you. And then finally, I'm thinking about what you're facing as supervisors in this state with the deficits that we're looking at. Someone told me the accumulation of 11 states is what California, the debt of 11 states is what California is facing as just one state. And what 2009 is going to look like, and maybe $5 or $6 trillion of debt for the federal government, and watching as businesses are leaving the state, and all kinds of struggles that you're up against. And it seems as though no matter what you try, there seems to be no answers, and there's desperation. Whether you're left or you're right or you're center, we're all without answers, and it seems precarious at best. But it reminds me of a dear friend of mine, Captain James Stark, who was an A6 pilot in Vietnam, who, when his plane was shot down, he ejected out of his A6. He broke his left arm, compound fracture, and then was captured by the Viet Cong, placed in the Hanoi Hilton. He set his own arm in prison. He has a gauging scar on his back where they hung him on a meat hook, and he suffered for this nation. I remember we used to run on the beach together, and I asked him one time about the scar, and he told me. But he was the first one. I wasn't a Christian growing up, but he was the first one to tell me about faith. And he just said, you know, Rob, the greatest Christmas I ever had was the Christmas of 1968, when I was in a 3x7 cell in Hanoi. He said, I was away from my family, I was lonely, I was desperate, I was overwhelmed. He said, but the simplicity of Christmas hit me right there, that God is great. And his peace came upon me, and a peace that passes all understanding, regardless of my circumstances. It rested upon me. And I thought about that. You know, the Bible says if any man lacks wisdom, all he need but do is ask of God. God will give freely to him who asks. And when we see this idea of Emmanuel, God with us, he is, as it says in Isaiah, the government will be upon his shoulders. It's not upon yours. Ask him for wisdom. We're going to be in some trying times, but God's here to help. For what that's worth, Merry Christmas. God bless you all. If you don't mind, I'd just like to close in prayer. Lord, I thank you for these fine men and women who have served us so faithfully. Bless them, Lord. Bless their families. Thank you for their service. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. You know, Rob also serves as a sheriff's chaplain. Thank you. Yeah. We'll do our Pledge of Allegiance.
I have a card.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, we have a speaker there.
In keeping with the season, Santa looked a lot like Daddy. The Daddy looked a lot like him. He didn't come down the chimney. Mama must have let him in. I hope no kids are present. Thank you.
All right, we'll do our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Okay. Does Supervisor Long want to make a comment about some minutes or anything? I would hate to have somebody else do that.
Yes, I would like to ask that a motion forward to continue the minutes to January 6th. Sorry. I was still deep in thought there.
We got a motion in a second. Yes. Okay. We go to our agenda review with our CEO.
First of all, happy holidays to all. And in terms of the agenda, there's been an addendum item added for closed session. On the consent agenda, item number 19, the Public Works Agency, there's a slight revision to the board letter. Recommendation number 5 adds the words to reject all bids or. That has been posted and has been provided to your board. Also on the regular agenda, the Healthcare Agency Behavioral Health item 40. There's a revised board letter and an added recommendation number 3, which basically says authorize the auditor controller to process and necessary accounting transactions to establish appropriations. The accounting transactions were identified, but the recommendation was not there. Also, there's been a request for a continuance of item 51 to January 6th. That's the Public Works item. And also the GSA item number 43 is continued to January 6th.
Madam CEO, you said item 43 to be continued till the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And 51. Okay. Is there any other questions, comments about our agenda? Can we accept the agenda as it is? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Okay. Okay. We there, Roberta? Okay. Then we will go to public comment. Do we have some cards? I'm sorry, consent, I'm sorry. I guess we should do that first. We, any questions on consent? Do we have a motion to accept consent as? Move consent? All right, I'll second it. Can't keep up with her. Hey, where's your little caution sign today? Tiara and caution sign. On the shelf? Okay. All right. We'll go to public comment. We have some speakers. Here we go. All right. How do I say that? Miss Messias? Henrietta? Thank you. Messias, thank you.
Merry Christmas to all of you, and I hope you all have a wonderful holidays with your families and enjoy what Christmas is all about, and that's about giving love to each other. I'm here to speak on behalf of our supervisor, John Flynn, who lost the election, but he really didn't. It's the people from El Rio that lost the best staff, is Liz, Catherine, Al, and Pete, and of course John Flynn, who'll be knocking at our doors at all hours asking us to do things. And my tribute is to him. I've been in El Rio for 38 years. And that man could be always called upon to do whatever we needed, the streets and the roads, the sewer lines, everything that he tried to help the people, going to Sacramento on behalf of all of us. And I just wanted to let you all know that there will never be another supervisor like Supervisor John Flynn. From El Rio, our hearts bleed for the man because he was someone that we could call upon at all hours of the night. At his home, Diane knew about all of us. So again, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. And the sadness is going to be not seeing John Flynn here anymore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lynn Melhart.
Good morning. I wanted to say a few words about the work that John has done over the years with regards to the water community. As a number of you know, I sit as a director on United Water Conservation Board of Directors. I've been on the GMA now going on in excess of 20 years. And I just did a quick calculation. United has delivered in excess of 3.5 million acre-feet of water back to the aquifer. And in today's dollar value, that equates to $3 billion worth of value at $1,000 an acre foot. My great-grandfather, my grandfather, my dad worked hard. Those of you that have been around a long time remember Rose Road was called Ditch Road. Ditch Road, in fact, was a ditch up to the Santa Clara River. And after the war, because of all the construction, the level of the Santa Clara River was lowered by about 16 feet. Today, the Freeman Diversion functions because this county, this board, through the work of John, built the Freeman Diversion. I was president of that board for 6 years while that project was going on. And I recall literally pounding the halls of Congress with John. We actually ran into Alan Cranston coming up the staircase into the Senate building, and then went into his office, and following that meeting got the first of several loans to build that project. And when you look at the water community throughout the state and you look at the water community within this county, we have peace because we work together, and a lot of that was through John's efforts. I recall in excess of 10 years ago, Dan Pinkerton and I went to John and said, John, we've got to solve the water problem and the nitrate problem over El Rio. And I said, we at United do not have the horsepower to do that. It's a county function. It's a county responsibility. And John took that responsibility, and we're moving that forward with your help and with John's help. And I want to acknowledge the work that John has done on behalf of the water community. John's been a friend to the water community, been a friend to United. He's been my friend. And together, United and the GMA with the county, we're going to continue to solve this problem. And I just want to acknowledge the work that John has done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Carol Dean Williams?
How much time do I have left?
4:37.
I'm here to campaign for a second term for Supervisor Foy for chair. I thought Linda Parks stepped out. I think it'd be very sexist to appoint a lady for chair for 2 years and not a man. But the main reason is Supervisor Floyd is still green behind the ears. I have a lifetime teaching credential, and I'm going to teach him some lessons. So I want you to nominate him and elect him the next chair of the board. But one of the most ridiculous things I've ever read was published on November 19th. One supervisor dead. They chose you, Linda Parks. Another stranded out of state. Water and power out in large swaths of the county. Violence and looting in the streets. Cities has streets. County has roads. But listen to this. When you're needed the most, what do? To avoid igniting a war of the world style panic, the county dropped its usual practice of broadcasting board and supervisor meetings on the internet. I'll swear, you people need to have your head examined.
Thank you. Lou Matthews, please.
Good morning to all of you, members of the board. And my name is Lou Matthews. I live in Ventura, and I wanted to be here today to acknowledge what John Flynn has done for people who have mental illness in their family, a son or a daughter. He was always there as kind of a, if people just were desperate, they could always call John, and he seemed to help them in a way that is quite remarkable. But I think probably the most important thing that he has done is he spearheaded the development of Las Posadas out on Lewis Road, and that has provided housing for people with serious mental illness who really require more support. Now, Marty Robinson had a big part in that, and there were others too, but John spearheaded that whole effort. It was a very complicated effort, as I remember, and I watched that process, and John really was a mentor to people. It was so interesting to watch how he worked with people and drew all of that together. And we have a housing project out there that is the best, I would say, in the state and probably the nation. I know the state because I was on the state board for a while and I saw some of the other places. And so it is something that we can be proud of and that I know others had a part in that. And so I just wanted to say thank you, John, publicly. You're not here, but God bless you.
Thank you very much. Soledad Trevino.
Good morning. I'm a very bad public speaker, so please bear with me. My name is Soledad Trevino, and I'm here to thank personally and as a representative of my community, Supervisor Flynn, for all the unconditional support that he has given us through all these years. A wise man once told me that the true sign of a great leader is that when he or she is no longer there, the work he inspired will continue. Your leadership has inspired so many lives. You have left an imprint in our lives, and we will cherish it forever. You taught us how to stand strong and firm at what we believe. That wise man was Cesar Chavez. On a personal note, I would like to say that when I need to find strength, I will think of what you had to endure to represent the poor. When I think of justice, I will think of the hurdles and the challenges that you were faced with. When I think of compassion, I will remember the empathy that you represented the people in need. When I think of love, I will think of the people that you served with respect and whether they agreed with you or not. And when I think of what a representative of the people should be, I will remember the love and the honor that you brought to your office. Thank you for standing with us, Supervisor Flynn. Thank you for not abandoning us, even when the politics were against us. You continue to stand with us. You continue to stand with us no matter what, and you will be in our hearts forever. I'd also like to thank his wife, Mrs. Diane Flynn, who was also there for him and for us. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless your family through these holidays and for the rest of your lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did a wonderful job. Thank you. Brian Suros?
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to speak on behalf of my father, Jerry Seros, as well as the whole Seros family and all the constituents of the 5th District. I would like to thank John Flynn for his unprecedented service to us, not only in a professional manner, but as well as a personal. My father had gotten ill a while back, had congestive heart issues, as well as other uncles and aunts. John was always there. He always visited on a personal and made our family feel comfortable in whatever predicament we found ourselves in. Our family we all love the sweet science of pugilism, and when a fighter becomes champion for the rest of his life, he's called champ. And Supervisor Flynn, he's the champion of the people of the 5th District, and even people from out of the district, because they always go to him for service and when they want things done. So Supervisor Flynn, on behalf of the Seros family, you will always be our supervisor. We love you. God bless you, you and your family, and we wish you well in all your future endeavors. And we'll always be in your corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Christy Madden?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I might, I was going to invite Christy here to give a quick update on the wonderful Ventura County Management Council holiday party where we recognized and celebrated our outstanding managers. So under board comment, I've invited Christy to be
Wow.
here.
Wonderful.
That's right, Noel, we're doing this under board comment.
Those attorneys always bug you, huh?
I tell you, well, the important thing is that we get the message across, right? I am pleased to be here, and happy holidays to all. I am Christy Madden, President of the Ventura County Management Council, and as we do each and every year, the Management Council holds our annual holiday party at the Wedgwood, and we held this event last Thursday evening, and it was, by all accounts, a smashing success. We had the largest attendance that we've ever had at this event. I think last year we had 150. This year we had 173 people. The capacity of that facility is 175. So to anyone who's listening, if we stay at this venue next year, make your reservations early to make sure that you get to come. The highlight of the annual holiday party is a celebration, as Supervisor Long indicated, of everything that is great in government. The Management Council believes firmly in recognizing our employees for all of the wonderful things that we do throughout the year. So often when we pick up the paper, all we read about is everything that's wrong with government. And we have an enormous number of people with tremendous talent in this county. So we hold an awards program every year, and we invite people to nominate their peers in one of 5 categories. We have superior customer service, innovation, integrity,
mentoring, I guess it's 6, and the best kept secret. This year, I've invited our winners for these categories to come. I'm going to invite them all to come down. Somebody around here has a camera, too, I think. Is that Gail? Gail's got a camera. And I will introduce them to you as they're coming down. In the Superior Customer Service category, we have Jim Franks. Jim is an accounting officer in the CEO's office for Fiscal Services Management for the Clerk of the Board, our Finance Division in the CEO's office, General Government, Industrial Relations, and Risk Management. He is a 27-year county employee. Jim demonstrates superior customer services through his poise, accuracy, diplomacy, and grace. And you see this. Is that not the picture of superior customer service? He has made a continuous effort, not just in the daily performance of his job duties, but he also seeks more efficient and effective ways to accomplish his job. He sets the customer service standard for which his colleagues can strive for. They're making faces at each other. In our innovation category, we have Jess Lemos. Jess is a public works superintendent for bridge and culvert maintenance and repair, road signing and striping, repair and maintenance of all structures and facilities on the 550 miles of roadway in the county-maintained road system. He goes light years beyond the basic requirements of his job. He is genuinely interested in improving, not just repairing the condition of our county road system. He is proactive and has automated office procedures to improve efficiency. He exemplifies innovation and thinking outside of the box, both in the day-to-day supervision of his division and in his positive response to the many unusual and difficult repair needs of the county road system. That's Jess. In the integrity category, I'm doing these in order, and I didn't even plan it that way. Isn't that magic? We have Chuck Poe. Chuck is the Deputy Executive Officer for Risk Management in the CEO's office. He is the epitome of the word integrity and has represented the county in several litigation actions against the County of Ventura, and he has done so in a very professional manner. He ensures that everyone is treated with courtesy and professionalism, whether in the county family or outside. He is very hardworking and dedicated employee and truly exemplifies the word integrity. And then we have, I have to move so you guys can see these people behind me. I'm hiding. We have our best kept secret. We have Deborah Carrington. She is the manager for Fiscal and Admin Services in the Public Defender's Office. She's been with the county for over 30 years. Deborah works tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that the Public Defender's Office runs efficiently, effectively, and harmoniously. Debbie is described as a superwoman who handles anything from paper jams to phone and computer problems, employee issues, management personnel, fiscal and budget issues, and so much more. The amount of work that she does is overwhelming. She carries herself with professionalism and is highly respected by all in the Public Defender's Office. And in the category of mentoring, we have Kelly Shirk. Kelly is also a Deputy Executive Officer for recruitment and certification in the CEO's office. She is described as an outstanding mentor who is encouraging, supporting, and most of all, one who listens. The individual who nominated Kelly states that they owe their success to Kelly's mentoring. With Kelly's guidance, this individual, working initially as a student aide, was able to gain valuable working experience and increase her communication skills and confidence. Kelly is described as the type of manager that people want to be like or work for. So I'd like to take this opportunity to present the 2000. Turn around this way. She says you need to turn. And while we're scooting, I'll let people know that probably within the next couple of days you can log on to the Ventura County Management website and you can see pictures from the wonderful event. Okay. Come on.
All right. one of our more unique public comments, huh?
Now, there's one more category at the Management Council. Some time ago, our former CEO, Johnny Johnston, started the practice of awarding something called the Good Government Award. So Marty Robinson has continued that practice, and I'll let her tell you who this year's recipient is.
I am very pleased to continue the practice. I don't think that we celebrate enough what goes right and what we do well in government and the people that do the work of the people. I am very pleased to announce that I have selected Noel Claybaum as the award winner, Good Government Award winner this year. I have selected him as a result of his demonstrated integrity, intelligence, his energy, and overall his commitment to county service. He hasn't served as many years as some of the other award winners here, but he has served well. Noel is only one of 6 county councils that have served this government entity, and I have had the pleasure of working with 4 of those, including Noel, and they have all been outstanding men and 1 woman, but I believe Noel to be one of the real stars. So thank you, Noel, for your service.
And yes, we're back to board comment. And thank you, Christine. Thank you to all the recipients. It was a wonderful party, and it really was a great time to celebrate county family and county employees who really do work for the best interest of our public we serve. So it was a pleasure to attend and to celebrate with the recipients. All right, I'd like to continue on with my board comments, if I might. And since Mr. Rob Roy is present in the audience, I had planned to talk about this, so now I'll talk about it even more, because it was truly with Rob's leadership and the coalition of Agricultural Water Quality Coalition that we were very successful. They were very successful, let me say that, at a regional water board meeting and a decision made before the water board just last week, and it was pertaining to a very complex issue that the coalition's been working on for close to 2 years now regarding TMDLs in the Santa Clara Valley watershed area. And what was adopted unanimously by the water board was a plan called the Alternative Plan that was put together by Los Angeles County, which shares this watershed with us, the Sanitation District of Los Angeles County, United Water Conservation District, the Upper Basin Water Purveyors, the Coalition, and it is now called the Alternative Plan that will, in fact, through this coalition and cooperation and significant investment, look at removing the TMDLs, lowering the chloride levels, which will protect the agricultural community in this watershed, and to do so. It's very complex but very creative in what it's going to do in a particular reach that encompasses the Piru area, where there have been significant issues both with the water flow and the TMDL high counts. So, and I'll say this is significant because the other alternative, frankly, was looking at a brine line that would run the length of the Santa Clara Valley. That just absolutely, on face, just made no sense, and had, knowing that it had a long path if it were to ever succeed and to accomplish the issues related to chloride in this valley. This plan and this coalition was just significant in persuading the water board, and not just persuading them, but getting their unanimous support. And at the end of the hearing, there was celebration of this plan. So I want to commend Rob and the coalition and United Water, the Sanitation District, and the Upper Basin purveyors, in the success of reducing the chlorides in this plan, advancing treatment of wastewater, with local brine disposal, reducing chlorides in the river, actually being able to provide additional water supplies and quality. So I think there are multiple benefits to come from this plan, and it was adopted and will be underway. So kudos. Excellent work. Goes to show when you get a good stakeholders group put together and they all look at what the mission, the goal is, and they agree to set aside perhaps some old history and turf issues, they can accomplish much. Message to our state legislative leadership. But thank you again for being able to make those comments. And as I've been doing every week when I had the opportunity to remind you that on January 27th we will have another Ventura County homeless person count. It's a real-time street count of the homeless in our community, and as we know, the shelters have opened because of the cold weather season, and we're seeing some numbers, and I think we'll continue to see increasing numbers with the economy. This count will be very important in our ability to assess what the needs are and also to continue to go after any dollars that are available, particularly federal dollars, to assist with homeless folks in our community. And to commend, and Simi Valley has a wonderful homeless social service task force, basically, that's done some, and it's been in the paper recently, and not to take away from Supervisor Foy's comments, but what they were able to do in looking at housing folks has been a true, I think, example for all of us to see how we can continue to do that in all parts of our community. And I have a list to adjourn in memory of today, and I unfortunately had to add one this morning that I just learned that Mayor Tony Young passed away. It really was a sudden, unexpected passing following a sudden illness. Tony was just 56. She's survived by her husband of 38 years, Otto, and their 3 grown children. She was born and raised in Los Angeles, active member of the U.S. Navy during Vietnam, receiving an honorable discharge. She was due to retire from her 16-year service as the mayor, city council member of Port Hueneme, first elected in 1992, the first woman elected to the council in over 30 years, and the first woman to serve as mayor. She served as mayor in 1995, 1999, 2004, and 2008. Many of you know her because of her work on various boards in our county. She also was the president of the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, from 2005 to 2006. Certainly we've worked with her on the Transportation Commission and the Library Commission and the Regional Defense Partnership. She was known as someone who kept in touch with the everyday citizen, had a real commitment and love for the city of Port Hueneme, and our prayers and thoughts go out to her family and her children. And I'll submit this list. And last comment, certainly to wish all of us a happy holiday season, to thank our county staff, our managers, all the county employees who work for the citizens of this county each and every day, our CEO for her leadership. It's been a pleasure with the board working this last year. We have an opportunity now to take a little break and get refreshed and ready for the new year. We know we've got tough times in front of us, but I would hope that we look at a new year where we find every opportunity possible for peace around the world and prosperity and the goodwill that we'll all need to have as we get through the tough times ahead. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Park.
Thank you. Saddened also to hear about the loss of Mayor Tony Young. Surprisingly to me, on SCAG, where she served, she became a very strong environmental leader on an environmental and energy committee, and just understanding the benefits both financially and for the environment of having good stewardship. So I know she'll be sorely missed there. Also, I would like to close in honor of the two people on my list, including Otis Kirkman, who's a retired Los Angeles fire department captain who passed away. Speaking of fire departments, I wanted to give special thanks to Station 36. They had two big events over the last week, last couple of weeks. One was pretty much saving the life of one of our MAC members, Mike Green, who offered his own thanks. He had a heart attack, and they were able to get there very quickly. It's nice having a neighborhood fire station for those kind of things. They also were able to, in unison with Los Angeles County, get to a attic fire in one of the houses out in Oak Park very quickly, so it didn't spread to the house. And I know Brenda Hagan, who has helped gathered things for Meals on Wheels, baskets and ribbons, and putting together baskets and all. Lost those baskets and ribbons, but did save her house, and I know the community is rallying behind her. Over the last, since our last board meeting, I was also able to go to Sacramento and testify at the California Air Resource Board hearing on a scoping plan for AB 32, which is the greenhouse gas emissions, and just speaking on behalf of the Southern California Association of Governments and talking about being able to have achievable goals. And they did pass it, and it was almost a love fest to hear the testimony, at least while I was there. There were so many, even the Chamber of Commerce is all in support of this measure. So it's going to have a lot of implications for our county. The cities are really going to need to work together to come up with their own sustainable community plan, which is now part of SB 375. And looking forward to a collaboration with the Transportation Commission and the Council of Governments we have there. A lot of most counties have them as one body. We still have two separate entities, so maybe 375 will encourage the Ventura Council of Governments and the Transportation Commission to work together. It's interesting because each of those separate entities have a representative from every city council, but never the same representative. So for some reason, they don't have that intermingling that's needed to both look at transportation and land use. Additionally, looking at the Sacramento issue with the budget, they're now searching for funds wherever they can get it, and often taking it from counties and cities. What they're looking at now, even going to Prop 63, which are funds set aside specifically for mental health services, brought to us through a proposition of, put together by citizens and voted for, and just keeping that trust with the voters, I think, is so important. They know where their money's going, and to take that and use it for other reasons just isn't appropriate. And additionally, the Legislative Analyst's Office has asked the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy to look at what properties, what state parks they can give up and sell for money. So, when you have these kind of far-reaching proposals to take what we thought was couldn't be violated, our state lands, it is very serious, and I think we do need to make a stand against those kind of grabs. And then finally, as we are looking at having harder and harder times, and I think 2009, I think we all can agree, is supposed to be harder than what we have right now in terms of the economy and how it's affecting citizens. In the Triumphal Sanitation District last night, we heard that a lot more people are unable to pay their water bills. Can't pay your sanitation bills. What does that mean? And besides to the utility, well, you cut off their water, you cut off their sewer. I think what we need to do is see how we might be able to blend some services with the county. If there are opportunities to let people know about emergency welfare funds that they can get, or food stamps, those might be customers to approach. If they can't afford their water, they're probably not being able to afford much else either. So looking at maybe getting some kind of collaboration with our Human Services Agency, and looking at the county customers who also can't pay their water bills, and just knowing that they are in need. And realizing this is a season of giving. While we all may have less in our wallets, the need is even stronger than ever. So encourage everyone to give this season and have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bennett?
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with my holiday comment, which is just particularly the comments that Supervisor Long ended with. I thought were very heartfelt and really appropriate for us as we go into the year. Supervisor Parks pointing out what 2009 is going to be like, the idea of selling off your parks. It reminds me that financial person that when I was in college, and he said, you can tell the state of a family. He says when a family is producing more than they're consuming, they're acquiring assets. And he says you can look around at some of these landed wealthy families, and he says if they're selling off their assets, it tells you what they're doing. And we are really in that situation across this country. States are selling off assets like crazy. You know, there are toll roads, there are all of those things, and the idea of selling off your state parks, you know, is simply another way. It's sort of like selling the furniture to try to, because you haven't gotten your lifestyle back down in sync with whatever it is your productive capacity is, and it's a fundamental problem that we have here. With that, I would like to point out something I just want to get on the radar screen that concerns me, and that is this is in the Los Angeles Times. Municipal bond yields soar, signaling buyers' wariness. Now, municipal bond sellers that used to be able to sell bonds at pretty low interest rates are having to pay higher and higher because people are genuinely concerned. And when you look at the dysfunctional California state legislature and governor relationship and stuff, you really see that. Fascinatingly, it said in there that the country of Mexico now pays a lower interest rate on its debt than the state of California pays. So I think 2009 is going to bring us a lot of an awful lot of challenges as we go forward. I'd like to compliment Supervisor Long, Rob Roy, and everybody that was involved in that great effort. Rob has been a frequent adversary on the other side on issues, but he's always been very intelligent about those conversations, and I've appreciated him. And when we are on the same time, it's nice to have somebody that's such a good spokesperson out there and stuff. So congratulations, and everybody in Ventura County. This is a little bit like the Freeman Diversion Dam and those kind of things. It's a long-term big thing that had a real big positive impact. The other thing I would like to point out is that much to Supervisor Poy's dismay, I'm sure, is that St. Bonaventure did do very well in the game, and I was just curious about the avocado. There we are, right, about the avocados. The district attorney's out there. This was not a bet. This was just a friendly conversation we had about the relative merits of the East County versus West County football programs right now. So
West County did a very good job.
They did.
There is one benefit to this, though, in that St. Bonaventure is going to go and play down at the Home Depot Center. Right. They're going to play my old high school.
Oh, are they
Carl
really?
Newman, yes.
You want to make another bet?
No, no bet. Now I've noticed that
they're going to play your old high school.
Yeah, Carl Newman's played there twice.
Wow.
I think only Bonaventure's played once, but it's good to see some great football here.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, and this should be really interesting when we have St. If they decide to come in. It'll be really interesting when they come in.
When they come in. Okay.
Well, sometimes they come in to.
Yeah, I think that's true.
But I think
they have to win.
They've been winning so often.
Yeah.
I was also just happy to see that we survived the first major storm well and didn't have any problems, and hope that particularly in our areas where we've had the burns and our neighbors up north that they get through that well. And then finally, I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory. And there's a special adjourn in memory that I know all 4 supervisors have indicated that they want to be on the letter that we'll send to County Council Noel Claybaum. And that is that he lost his mother, and Florence Claybaum. And I know that's a big loss to Noel. And just want to give you a little bit of background about Noel's mother. She was born in Yakima County, Washington. She grew up on the family farm. She lived in the house that her parents built for 74 of her 89 years. You talk about an attachment. She was a child of the Great Depression. She gardened, canned, dried fruits and vegetables, made wine and sausage. Her dill pickles were prized gifts, right? And I can just imagine those dill pickles in that situation. She and her husband, Jerry Claybaum, eventually bought her parents' farm and continued to raise row crops, cattle, and fruit until Jerry's death in 1972. After Jerry's death, her son, Alan, continued to farm with her. At 56, Florence took on the additional challenge of a career in real estate, becoming an assistant broker and appraising and selling until her retirement at age 84, all the way up to 84. And this doesn't surprise me, this last thing in her obituary, but always humble about her own achievements, she took great pride in the accomplishments of her children and her grandchildren. And I know the board wishes Noel and his family well here. And also like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the other people on this list, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to hear that, Noel. But she worked a lot of years. You still got 20 or 30 left with us, right? He hates it when I say that. That's sorry to hear that. Anyway, yes, and we won't talk about Bonaventure, but it's tough. You got a good county school, and I got my old, who should I be true to? Isn't there an old song like that, be true to your school kind of thing? So.
Depends on how close you think your next election's
Oh, it's tough because I had a lot of friends who had kids playing at Bonaventure. So, anyway, wow. And Noel, also congratulations on your selection by our CEO. That's a tremendous selection, and I think the right man. Thank you. Good job. And then also this whole thing with homeless. It is great to see what CME's doing. It's great to see that they've really taken an effort. We've seen a lot of people come off the streets. That's wonderful, wonderful, especially this time of the year, what's going on. Also talking about that, there's a lot going on, and people are talking about a tough economy, but it's been interesting to hear. We do our annual toy drive, and it's just been great to see people been giving. I mean, there's a lot of that going on. It's difficult for some of them, the groups, but I've been hearing a lot of other people say there's just been a lot of generosity by people. And I think when people are feeling the pain themselves, it's great to see the heart of the Americans come out and want to give. And I know in our own toy drive, we're probably going to be up 7,000 or 8,000 toys this year. So, and there's so much need. I mean, there's so many kids out there that are going to be in need. So it's just great to hear that that's going on. Also, Supervisor Flynn isn't here, but I wanted to wish him a great and wonderful retirement, and I just appreciate the 2 years that I had the opportunity to serve with him and the things and all the accomplishments, and I appreciate the paper doing a very nice 3-page. I don't know if I've ever seen a 3-page on anybody before. That was a lot, but I guess 3 pages, each page stand for a decade of service that he did, and so that was great to see that, and a lot of good things that have gone on in his life, and somebody who gives that much time to the public, it was just great to see. So, and I too also want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a great holiday, and thank you for letting us serve you, and we do appreciate that opportunity to do that for you. So thank you for giving us that opportunity, and Merry Christmas to my board. Thank you. All right, let's move on. We got a little bit of time before our next time certain, but I do want to we have some people here, I want to make some comments, and I do want to bring up item number 48, right up the top. So if we can go to item 48, and we've got 2 supervisors on this item. So who's going to speak? You?
I'd be happy to.
Oh, you want to start?
Make
okay.
A few comments. Right.
Great.
The ordinance that we have proposed here, just sort of surprised we got right to this here. So wanted to point out a few things. Number one, there's no significant change in the actual law that we're proposing here. We have the same contribution limits. The only place this thing's really been changed is in the way the campaign ethics commission is going to operate, and that was with an eye on trying to decrease the administrative expense associated with that. So if we're not nominating 3 people, sending them to an independent selector, getting that back, that's all staff time that has to take. It's just simpler to have us appoint 3 people to the committee right off the bat, number one. Number two, to clarify so that there is no conflict of interest, we didn't want an attorney doing the initial review of a complaint, and then being that same attorney that would turn around and investigate that complaint if they determine that it needed further investigation. That we ought to separate that so that an attorney who says yes, more investigation is required should be passed on to another attorney, so that you don't have this perception. If it's a close call, well, I'll get a few more billable hours if I turn this over for an investigation. That is all. At the beginning, we didn't change the ordinance. We simply, oftentimes at the beginning, under purposes, we just clarified some language there about bundling contributions to committees. But the ordinance itself didn't change with regard to that. So the complaint process being more complete, I would point out that we have had one individual file 9 complaints. All 9 of them have been ultimately were dismissed, and so that is one of our reasons for the idea of putting a fee in for the filing requirement. And I might point out that if anybody chose to, they could always file with the district attorney, and they wouldn't have to pay a fee at all if that was what they chose to do in terms of moving forward with this. So that it is as we said, every 2 years we try to take a look at our ordinance. It is the focus on the part of the ordinance that I think is the one that we have most concern with, and that is to try to make sure that we have the efficient operation of the Ethics Commission and the investigation of complaints in an attempt to try to efficiently get this information reviewed and analyzed and investigated without undue without extra public expense at that point in time. The only other point I would like to make is that we did specifically charge with the Ethics Commission to do after every general election cycle to review all of the expenditures and make recommendations to us on ways that expenditures could be kept down. And the idea, I think, being that if the Ethics Commission has that responsibility, they'll also be able to, and everybody else will sort of know that the issue of cost is something that's going to be constantly reviewed as the process goes forward, and that would be healthy. And I think that the Ethics Commission, that would be a good, valuable role. We had no complaints filed this last election cycle, and hopefully sort of the initial questions about the ordinance have been resolved, and this will be fairly minimal review. Supervisor Long?
Yes, certainly all those comments are exactly what we've tried to do here in this proposed revisions. There was great concern with the cost of the Ethics Commission, so I believe by streamlining this process where we have designated the county executive office to engage the services of an outside attorney for the complaint review attorney and also an outside attorney for investigating, that it not just sends a message, but clearly says that we want to control our cost and have, as Supervisor Bennett just said, a firewall between the complaint that's filed versus the actual investigation that will then go before may then go before the Ethics Commission. I think by streamlining the appointment process, it had become more convoluted than initially envisioned. The interest there is certainly perception becomes reality. The public's concern with there being a firewall and being able to have a process that, one, you have known, reputable, respected individuals who then will, from here forward, be making recommendations to the board should there be a vacancy or opening on the commission, and streamlining the commission to, I think, a workable number of members who will be able to follow and comply and enforce the goals of the ordinance. So I think that was the reason for bringing this piece of the ordinance forward as quickly and as strongly as we did, was to really start the year out with streamlining it and putting in place areas to reduce the cost, and I think that this does that with the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Parks, you have any questions, comments? Okay.
The question I have, as there were some little blips in how it's being done in the past, and one of those blips was that an alleged violator could not submit anything as way of evidence in response to the complaint prior to the determination of reasonable cause. And I see where it's discussed that the initial complaint review attorney would look at the evidence submitted with the complaint. I'm just wondering if we could also allow them to look at any evidence that may be submitted by the alleged violator. For example, the Elections Division confused two different nonprofit organizations, one that I'm on the board of and one that I'm not on the board of, and assumed that the one I'm on the board of was the one that donated to my campaign, which was not the case. They just completely got it wrong. But I couldn't submit that information. Instead, it had to go to an attorney and be, so I just think if you can allow for the alleged violator to also submit any evidence with a complaint when they are given knowledge of a complaint, that could also help avoid future expenses. So looking at maybe...
What section, Linda?
I'm looking at section, it's on page 14, section 1295. And I believe it would be section D, because you have the initial complaint review attorney shall review complaints and evidence submitted with complaints and issue a written opinion. It could also say submitted with the complaints and evidence submitted with the complaints. I don't know if that means that they can allow for evidence from the alleged violator also.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because there's something else I've had a significant discussion with Noel about this whole issue, and the question is, how much do you prescribe in the ordinance, and how much do you say is general policy and practices. So we said we were going to have, it's a suggestion with Noel, as he knows I'm going to ask him this question so that we have this on the record. And I think Supervisor Parks's question is very appropriate. So we have it on the record so that when people go back and wonder what do we mean when we say the evidence, that at least they understand our intent and understand what Noel would say would be the common accepted practice. And if I could, I want to put two together. Supervisor Parks's point is, if somebody has some information that would clarify, so that there was, clarify that, it seems that would be appropriate for an initial review person to have, because again, we're trying to avoid the expense of an unnecessary investigation if it's just a confusion over the name or whatever. The other situation is this, and this is in the city of Simi Valley. One of the council members was asking that their campaign finance law be reviewed And specifically because they said there were a large number of contributions coming from the same business. And it just didn't seem to make any common sense that that particular business and all of these employees of that particular business happened to be contributing in that situation. And so what we wanted to make sure we got on the record was sometimes a complainant can't actually do the investigative work to present evidence of guilt, but enough evidence, and you used the term for me, Noel, please, which was enough evidence to justify further investigation. Not evidence specifically of guilt yet, but enough to suggest further investigation is warranted. Could you help me?
The words you're looking for are reasonable inferences to be drawn from the evidence submitted. The evidence may not establish a violation, but the initial complaint review attorney may reasonably infer from the evidence that a violation may have occurred sufficient to warrant passing it on to an investigating attorney.
So we wanted to make that clear. And then how about Supervisor Parks' side of this, which is that the person who had the complaint filed against them had the opportunity to present something that
Well, certainly it's at the discretion of your board to determine what it is you would want this initial complaint review attorney to do. Obviously, you wouldn't want that person to carry out a full investigation. You're trying to avoid the expense that would be incurred in doing that. Yet at the same time, if you want that attorney to be able to consider other evidence that may be submitted within a limited time frame before making a determination on what recommendation to make, certainly you can amend 1295D to say something to that effect.
So if 1295D said the initial complaint review attorney shall review complaints, evidence submitted with the complaints, and evidence submitted by the alleged violator, right? And issue to the commission a written opinion within 28 days as to whether that's all we had to add to that, and we could do that right now.
Yes, you could.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. That responds to that one blip. And would I also would it be assumed that the attorneys that are involved in this would not be working for the same firm? It doesn't mention it specifically, but is that just standard practice that would not occur?
Yes, the CEO's office would have control of that, but certainly you want to avoid a situation where an attorney is creating business for his firm by finding that there is a basis on which to proceed.
Okay, we go specifically saying they have to have good standing with the bar, and I didn't know how far we wanted to dictate that we don't do that. And that one was submitted by my ethics commissioner, who's an attorney.
That's good. That's very good. Supervisor Flint.
Was the term, and I may have forgotten it, but wasn't it originally used reasonable cause to suggest further investigation? No?
You know, I don't recall. We'll have to look at the red line here. We have a strikeout version, and if we have a few moments, we can look at it and see what it says.
In other words, it really means the same thing that you said in answer to Mr. Bennett's question. Okay.
Well, certainly you can use many different phrases to describe what it is you want this initial complaint review attorney to do. The question that is really being examined here is what evidence has to be submitted at the stage that the complaint is made.
Okay. Any other questions? We have some speakers, so let's do real quick with these speakers. Carol Dean Williams, you're going to speak on this item?
How much time do I have left? How much?
3:28.
Steve Bennett, you at least call me by my name. You're a Brown University graduate. By his own admission, quote, Listen to this. Section 1266 refers to filing the voluntary expenditure limitation statement before accepting contributions. While I am not entirely sure what is meant by the term accepting, well, I'll swear a Brown University doesn't know the word accepting. And Mr. Bennett, by the way, every complaint I filed, the election division says it was a violation. You rigged the commission. His fine would have been $81,000. Mr. Totten and his assistant, Schwartz back there, listen to Section 1294A. Any person, including Steve Bennett, who knowingly or willfully violates any provision of this ordinance is guilty of a misdemeanor. Here is his confession. That complaint had to go to his office within 24 hours. Mr. Totten is blind. And the commission refused to hear it, did not dismiss it, Mr. Bennett, because the evidence was too strong with your admission. It has your signature on it, Mr. Bennett. Call me by my name. I'm the one that filed the 9 complaints because election says every one was a violation.
Okay. Rob Roy. Follow that. Oh my gosh.
Tough act to follow. Good morning, Chairman Foy, members of the board, Ms. Robinson. First of all, I'd like to thank the kind words from Supervisor Bennett, Supervisor Long, regarding the Water Quality Coalition. I also like to thank Supervisor Flynn and Supervisor Long, because you've both been there and testified numerous times. But thank you to all the board for your kind letters over the years. It really made a difference, and I think that this is a rather historical, collaborative process. So thank you very much. Appreciate all that you've done. This morning I'm here as General Counsel to our Political Action Committee, the Ventura County Agricultural Association. Supervisor Bennett and I have had a number of principled discussions over the years on this, and we agree to disagree on a number of issues, but always in an amicable way. I'd like to, first of all, commend you for trying to streamline the process. I listened to some of the comments this morning. I do agree with Supervisor Parks on addition of that language. I think that the initial complaint attorney should have all of the evidence in front of them to decide whether or not to go forward with the complaint. I still have a lot of general concerns after 3 years of this ordinance. We spent over $565,000. We've had somewhere around 18 complaints, 9 filed by one individual. We've only had fines of $1,300 and $400 respectively issued by the county at a time when we're operating in a difficult economic climate. That seems to be a tremendous amount of money for a lot of technical violations, and I'm sure some of you up there all have experienced the technicality of this particular law. Having said that, even though you are trying to streamline this, I mean, there are built-in costs to this. I mean, we're going to have to be hiring a couple of new attorneys to review this. There are no caps in the ordinance as to costs. It's going to be basically driven by the number of complaints that are filed. We have no control over that. So, you know, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see exactly how much cost this is going to cost us somewhere down the road, depending upon the number of complaints. My personal opinion is I think the Ethics Commission is duplicative. I think that these type of complaints could be taken to the state FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, for free. They have expert attorneys and investigators that can take care of this. Criminal complaints can be filed with the DA's office and reviewed by the DA's office. We could save a tremendous amount of money by not having a, quote, ethics committee as part of this ordinance. In addition to that, I think that we need to address a few concerns that have arisen. Legitimate issues such as personal loans by a candidate to allow for a rollover of some of that money into future election campaigns, as opposed to treating it as a voluntary contribution if it's in excess of $20,000. Creation of office holder accounts. I know Supervisor Foy had proposed something similar to that. That was taken from language from the LA campaign finance ordinance that would allow And we're not talking about slush funds here, folks. We're talking about having some money in an office holder account that would be used for legitimate county business, attending meetings, going to business groups, giving speeches, whatever costs are associated that would come out of this particular account. A reasonable increase in the amount of the contributions. We're living in a time and era where the cost of these campaigns are going higher and higher every year. Just look at the Strickland campaign and for Senate, what just happened. So, I look at the state representatives. They get to, you can contribute $3,200 each, a husband and wife, to candidates for assembly. And some of you have districts that rival the number of constituents in those statewide districts, those Senate districts. And yet you're relegated to $700. I don't think someone's going to sell their soul to the devil for $800 or $900 or $1,000. I just don't see that we've had the type of corruption in this county that would be the only reason for this particular finance ordinance to exist in the first instance. Lastly, I'd like to just address a few specific concerns. As you know, we have a general purpose PAC. Our PAC was established years ago under state law, and our individual members are the only ones that contribute to it. We are different than these independent independent expenditure committees that are defined under your ordinance. I think we all agree that the IECs are viewed basically as committees that pop up during these election cycles, and they're funded. They're funded either to support a candidate or to oppose a candidate. Ours is a general purpose committee that donates not only to all kinds of different people, but different causes, different initiatives for the ag industry all over the state. Yet we are lumped into the same basket with the rest of these IECs. I'm concerned because there is a potential problem here that I need to define, and that is that when you take 1270 and 1284 together, someone could have given our PAC $700 2 years ago. We could have made a contribution to you, Supervisor Bennett, for $700 initial election cycle, and that person may have also contributed $700 to you. And yet, we would, all three of us, be in violation. If you accepted the contribution from us, we would be in violation, you would be in violation, and that member would be in violation because we would have exceeded the campaign limit. Because you go back under this ordinance and basically apportion a certain amount that I receive from that member towards your campaign. So, and lastly, 1270, there have been a lot of litigations around the state in the U.S. District Courts on limitations on contributions to independent expenditure committees. It was the Compact case that just came down from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal. I'm sure Mr. Klebaum is well aware of that case. And I was hoping that would have resolved this issue. They dodged the bullet. They basically applied the Younger abstention doctrine and said, well, since there's an ongoing state interest here because they haven't issued a remedy, the state court is just going to opt out of this whole issue. And I wish they would have decided, because the language of that Compact ordinance out of the city of San Jose was very, very similar to what we have in 1270 here. But the fact remains is that the courts that have looked at these things have basically said that contributions to PACs or independent expenditure committees, where they're limited, they have the practical effect of barring independent expenditures over the restricted limits. And it's not necessarily in a political campaign, it's expenditures for other reasons. And that's why the courts invoke a strict scrutiny standard in these particular cases, because there's no connect between the candidate and these independent expenditure committees. So I would ask that at some point to deal with this issue, I would request that this board may want to consider asking for an Attorney General opinion on the constitutionality of 1270 as on its face, a facial challenge. Either 1270 alone or 1270 in conjunction with 1284, because I think that both of those sections, or 1270 on its face, has the practical impact of limiting expenditures by our PAC for other causes other than elections. So thank you very much.
We're past time. Thanks. I appreciate that. Okay. I got one more, Christine Cohen, and then what I would like to do is put a quick halt to that. We got a lot of people up here that have come for a special event, and then we'll get right back to it after.
Good
Morning, Peter Foy, members of the board, Christine Cohen, Auditor Controller. Once again, I respectfully request that both items number 48 and 49 be continued till at least January 27th at the earliest, to afford 7 other elected officials impacted by this ordinance and its potential changes to study what is being presented. It's also my request that your board ask the CEO to collect all proposed changes to this ordinance for discussion in late January. This would allow all affected electeds to be heard on this ordinance and the related commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We will hold this item until we're done with our 9:45, sorry. And I'd like to have Mr. Phil Schmidt come forward. Who? The man, the myth, the legend? Glad to have you here.
Well, Mr. Chair, it's great to be here.
Well, good. Let me say a little bit about Phil. Well, we all know about Phil, but do we have any? I was going to say, do we have anything on the screen that could have
embarrassed me?
Yeah, embarrassed. We won't do that. Okay. Phil began his career with the county in 1987 in the Human Service Agency, and was first elected to county clerk and recorder in November 2002, and was reelected in June 2006. So how do you go from human services to county clerk?
It's natural progression.
Oh, okay. Phil has successfully...
Ask Marty.
Yeah, that's right. Phil has successfully certified 15 elections, implementing electronic voting, and introduced the bilingual election services for voters. He established an ongoing restoration program to preserve historical books, maps, and oversaw the construction of a fireproof historical records vault, and undertook the conversion of all 12 million Ventura County property and vital records since 1873, from microfilm to digital imaging, for preservation and to improve office productivity and public access. I mean, it's tremendous that we do that. We have the ability now to preserve that for historical. That's great. That's great. In all his years with Ventura County, Phil has exemplified a traditional, honorable, and faithful public service, and his signature compassion for others, sense of humor, culinary talents will be greatly, greatly missed. I think me and Mary and Sam will be greatly, greatly missed too. We have a certificate for you, and why don't you make a few comments when I come down to it.
Well, I have a lot of people to thank and some to blame for being in this position. And I must say that as the elected county clerk and recorder, the last 6 years have been very gratifying. And it's really with mixed emotions that I leave, but I need to get my golf score down to my bowling score. So I need to do some practice on that, and I want to especially thank my staff. I feel that I've got the greatest staff in the county. They've just made my job so easy and hard to leave here. They said I was going to need tissue. So, but I also want to thank all the citizens of Ventura County that put me in this position and let me work for them. I really appreciate it.
It's difficult when you have one of your best leaving you, but it sounds like you're leaving to enjoy, and I'm sure your wife and your traveling and all the things you're going to do are going to be great. And you'll have some more stories to tell.
Well, if I can get rid of my daughter's dogs.
Well, I know that the County of Ventura will miss you, but they want to say thank you. This resolution from all the supervisors here, and but you can't say enough for a great guy. And we just enjoyed having you. You know, you ran a great department and people, and your staff. I mean, how much better can it get when they're here to say goodbye? They probably have to have tissues too. You mean thumb are kicking you out?
Yeah. And don't let the door hit me in the butt.
Here you go, sir. Let's get a
And Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair?
You want to say some things? Yes, and if we could, we'd all like to come down for a picture, but please, go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Very symphony.
Hey, there you go.
That went away November 8th. November 5th.
May I ask you a question? You know the issue that's before us right now, the campaign finance reform ordinance.
Yes.
What's your position on it?
That's me in 12 days.
You want to say something before you come down?
Yeah, just real quick, to thank you. Thank you for your decades of work with the county. When you stepped forward into this position, you really brought such a positive attitude, brought humor to a job that I know isn't humorous every day, a great responsibility to the public, and you carried it well, performed it well, and you've always been so appreciative of your staff, and you say it every time you get a chance to speak, and that just speaks well for your leadership, Phil. And as Mary and Sam, I've just loved your enthusiasm for your job. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also really want to thank you for your years and years of service, and really appreciate the work you've done. And you don't hear any complaints. It's seamless, but you know, it's one of those things where you want to recognize the good that you do, and it's recognized in the fact that you don't get complaints. And also appreciate your staff too. So thank you so much for serving and taking this on, and best of luck to you in retirement.
And Phil, shortly after I got elected, then you took over your position there, and I just wanted to say that in your position, you have a tremendous opportunity to either be the grain of sand as all the moving parts of county government go, or the oil. And you consistently approach it in a positive. You know, when issues would come up, I think everybody knew that you were going to say, okay, how can we make this work? How can we solve this problem? And so thank you for being the oil in the midst of lots of moving parts, because there has been a lot of friction and a lot of heat without you doing your job well. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Phil, I also wanted to commend you for, in the 6 years you've held the position, you've brought a lot of modernization. You've been open to change, and of course your fabulous sense of humor and attitude towards the world and what we do. I really appreciate it, and I think you've done an excellent job for the people of Ventura County.
If you could all see to give me a big raise, maybe.
You are funny.
May I ask one more question? Who was the last person you married? His wife. He married You owe me one.
I did a marriage over in Lake Sherwood a few weeks ago for a doctor and his wife, and they came in the office about 2 weeks ago to show me pictures of their new baby. Now, I know that there wasn't sufficient time, but it was overlooking the signature hole of the Lake Sherwood Country Club, and I could look down and see 2 of my golf balls.
May I ask you one more question? Do you consider a recount in this last Sure. If I pay for it. No more questions.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can do this real quick with him, okay? We'll come back to order, and before we go back to our other one, we're going to go to number 24, Supervisor Long.
And thank you, board members, for the opportunity to invite in Councilmember John T. Proctor to honor him and thank him for his 8 years of work of public service as a councilman in the city of Santa Paula. And John was elected to the city council in November of 2000, appointed by the city council to serve as mayor in 2003, and 8 years on the city council total. He's a lifelong Santa Paulan, really grew up with a passion and the roots and love for Santa Paula, deserving this special recognition because John, and although Santa Paula is a small but mighty city, really did put a lot of effort and passion into his public service. Many of you know that he has served on the Ventura County Transportation Commission, including serving as our chair, serves on the Economic Development Collaborative of Ventura County, Heritage Valley Tourism Bureau, the Association of Ventura County Cities, Regional Energy Alliance. I'll tell you, in the Regional Energy Alliance, it's just outstanding work with John's leadership there, and the city's Economic Development Committee. All that to say that he went beyond the incorporated boundaries of Santa Paula and really reached out to the county to say, if we work together collaboratively, countywide, we're all better off for it. We have better communities. We have better strength in our purpose and our mission to serve the community. He has provided key leadership in making the city of Santa Paula more accessible to the residents by initiating the televising the simultaneous Spanish language translation of all city council meetings, and also the expansion of the city's presence on the internet. So I was very pleased that John agreed to come in. I wasn't able to get to the reorganization meeting. I was out of town when that took place, and I wanted to publicly thank him for his work. Obviously, he's not going anywhere as far as his love for Santa Paula and his commitment to the community. He will be doing many other good things and many other ways to support the community and support the good work of how we as community members and government can work well together for the better of all of us. So on behalf of the board, John, I'd like to present this to you. Thank you for your service. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we do the photo op, I want to thank you all for doing this. It really is a great honor, and even as I sat here earlier, I thought about the nobility of public service, and it's gotten a really bad rap lately. And just in a way, when I did it, I figured I'd never been in the military for one thing, and this might be a way of getting back. And after what I see sometimes, maybe it'd be better being shot at. I don't know. And the other thing too is I had to follow Schmidt. That's a tough act to follow, and I don't know what my natural progression is. That senatorial seat in Illinois fell through, and so I'm not going to be doing that. But anyway,
you have to have a lot of money.
I really want to thank you guys, and I think that what you do is noble, and at times you need to be reminded of that. Very few people know that it's much different on the inside looking out than the outside looking in. You find that at that point, I liken it to being a parent. It's one thing to give parental advice, but it's quite another to live with the consequences of your decision for your life. And so not only I want to thank you for what you do, and I want to thank you for thanking me. And so that's it. And thank you, Kathy.
I think there are some other board members who. 1 minute. Or not. Rosa.
No, I had it on. It just went out.
I spoke to him.
You did. You did something there.
Better help out, Rosa.
Okay, Rosa can do it.
Rosa to the rescue.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. Great, thank you.
Steve?
Reminds me of Merry Christmas growing up.
John, just before you get away, number one,
the comments that you just made are just the very representative of the kind of service that you provided, thinking about the big picture and thinking about others and giving us some thoughtful things. But I just want to emphasize that there are people that contribute to the reputation of local government service, and those that pull away, and you certainly contributed by the way you handled yourself and stuff. So thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and we also really appreciated your input on the Transportation Commission, among other places we've worked together, and your stands that you have taken in the past, and your very collaborative nature. It's hard to think that you're not going to be there, because I know you're going to go on and continue being active in public life, so we'll have other opportunities to partner. So good luck to you, and congratulations on a really good record.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John, for your for your service to the community, to the county of Santa Paula, and I enjoyed working with you on BCTC. So have a good future.
Likewise, and good luck to you. Now we have something in common. No, we always have. But I mean, you always had a great passion for what you did, and you're going to be missed too.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Appreciate all you do. Thank you. We're going to go to our 10:30. But we have a little bit of time before that. So I had one public comment card that I didn't get to, and Tim Flynn, would you like to come up?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and also my dad. I do want to say that I too have now something in common with my dad and John Proctor, and I'm no longer in office. And considering what Supervisor Bennett had to say about finances, it's a good time right now not to be in office. But I did want to come up today, and I really want to thank my dad for the courage and the leadership that he's exhibited over the last almost 4 decades. And I remember the day back in 1972. I was out playing in the street, and my dad was walking across the street, and I asked him, "Dad, where are you going?" And he said, "I'm going to file." And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I learned later on that day that he had filed to run for the Board of Supervisors. And here I am on his very last day before the board. And Dad, I want to commend you on the service that you've given not only to the people of Oxnard, but to all of Ventura County. And if I think about anybody in elected office, and we've heard a lot of things said about those who take on this task of being public officials, I think about 3 aspects of being a public official. One being the candidate, and one of the things that I think stands out is that not only did you work harder than anyone else, but I think in the end you campaigned the way that anybody would expect you to do. You did it with ethics and very strong morals, and I really respect the way that you campaigned. Secondly, as a policymaker, it's an inspiration for me as a councilman in the city of Oxnard, former councilman, that a lot of the ideas that I got for things that I introduced, I got from my dad. So Dad, I thank you for that. And the last thing is the amount of people, and I think this was omitted somewhat from the paper the other day, and it was an outstanding article, is I think about the tens of thousands of people that you've helped. And that really is the true testament of your public service. It's not necessarily as a public policymaker, it's not necessarily as a candidate, it's the people that you directly impacted and you helped. And I want to encourage you, beyond maybe a short little vacation, take about a 2 or 3 week break, and then get back to work and get back to the job of serving people, and you can do that without being on the board. So thank you very much, members of the board. And I like the way your meetings are conducted here. I think the City Council in Oxnard should take a little bit of a lesson from the way things are done here rather than in Oxnard. But Dad, thank you very much. I love you. You're a great American, and you're a great leader. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, let me just introduce my daughter-in-law, Julie, if you'd stand, and one of my granddaughters, Megan. Megan just graduated from Santa Clara High School.
Good. Supervisor, you did miss, you had a lot of other wonderful comments that were here before I know you couldn't make it early, but you had a lot of people come and give some wonderful warm comments. So, and okay, so Supervisor Bennett, you've got another resolution today, something very special.
We do. 10:30 item here, and we have
Excuse me.
quite a few.
Chairman and Honorable Board of Supervisors, Tim Flynn was to defer quickly to my father to say a couple comments, and he forgot. If you, with your permission, could my
Okay,
father
just
just say a
real
couple
quick.
words?
Yes.
Thank you. Jerry Searles.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Hello, my name is Jerry Cerros. I was born in Oxnard, La Colonia, 77 years ago, and all this time and living in Oxnard, I never found anybody or knew anybody that had the courage as a fighter as John Flynn. He didn't have no boundaries. People would call at night. I know for myself because I was in the relatives that I have in Santa Paula. They called John, and John went to Santa Paula to see what the problem was, and also people from Camarillo. John, his borders were not just, he would help anybody that would go knock on his. He didn't have no nationality. It didn't matter what it was, poor or rich. He would just go be a helper person. And I am on District 1. John is in District 5. We all go to John because he fought for the people, and he never distinguished, as to what your status was, but he was always there. I remember one time when it was raining, and this lady was having a stroke, and they called John, and John was right there. He was even in the hospital. Nobody, whatever we're going to have coming in, it's not going to. Those are big shoes to fill. I don't think nobody from our district over there, from Oxnard, are going to fill John's shoes. And I commend you for being a great fighter. So is the son. They're great fighters, and they fight for what is right. They don't go by, you vote, do this for me, do this for me. They'll vote together against him. If you have a thought, fight for that thought, fight for the issue. And John, it was his personality. You voted against the personality against the issue. And John, I commend you. You're our fighter, and thank you very much for helping the people 32 years. And I know I speak for a lot of people from different districts all over the county. You didn't have no boundaries. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming in.
All right, thank you. This is a remarkable woman that we're getting ready to recognize here. And to give you an idea, there's so many people in the audience that have just come in specifically for this. So Jewel, I don't know if you saw everybody that came in, but at the end, after I read these comments, I'm going to just read everybody's names out and ask them to join you. But why don't you come on up to the podium so everybody can appropriately focus on you at this point in time. And this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors honoring Jewel Petty upon her retirement from food share after 3 decades of feeding the hungry of Ventura County. And this is a remarkable story as we go through these whereases and stuff, so I think you'll enjoy it. But whereas 31 years ago, Jewel heard the calling in Leviticus 19:9 and 10, asking the farmers to leave the corners of their fields for the poor and the hungry. That was her spark. From that day forward, she and a small group of civic-minded people set out to do just that. And Jewel started in her 2-car garage, working as one of 8 visionaries alongside farmers gleaning the local fields, nourishing the bodies of those in need. In 1978, 7 visionaries and Jewel went out into the community with food and scripture in hand and began ministering nourishment to homeless individuals living under a Ventura bridge. This effort quickly grew and Food Share was born. Whereas they quickly grew out of the garage and moved into a vacant fire station until 1985, when they grew out of the fire station as well. That's when, with the help of former U.S. Congressman Robert Largomasino, a longtime supporter, and a $1 million grant, Food Share was able to purchase the current building that they're in now, which is a far cry from your garage, right, in terms of starting it out. Whereas now our dream has turned into an amazing countywide organization working in partnership with nearly 200 other nonprofits towards one mission, feeding the hungry of Ventura County. From its humble beginnings, FoodShare has grown and had a significant impact on the community, providing food to nearly 40,000 people each month and collecting and distributing over 10 million pounds of food to our neighbors in need. And whereas at 81, Jewel still works many more than 8-hour days. In addition to being at FoodShare full-time, Jewel is a member of the Obesity Task Force. She's on the advisory board of the Area Agency on Aging, on the board of caregivers, and a member of the Healthy Start Task Force. And whereas in 2007, Jewel was named Humanitarian of the Year by P.W. Gillibrand Incorporated, she made a dedicated effort to be at the ready for any emergency that might impact the lives of those in her community, standing ready to help in a time of crisis. Jewel is there, ready to serve with food, supplies, encouragement, and most of all, and I think we've all felt this, Jewel, your open heart. There's a way you go about doing this that really touches all of us. Whereas Jewel cares deeply about her community and is a constant inspiration to all around her. Over the years, she's provided a place for thousands of volunteers to join in her generous work for the betterment of our community. She encourages everyone she meets to join her fight to make this earth a better place to live. Jewel is truly a woman of compassion and feels all in need are her brothers and sisters. And before I end this paragraph, I just want to point out that there probably couldn't be any more appropriate resolution to read as our last meeting before we break for the traditional Christmas celebration that I think and all of the things that we associate with a Christmas celebration, than this feeding of the hungry and those in need that you've done. The other thing I'd just like to point out is shortly after I was elected to office, my whole staff spent time at FoodShare, and we were all being introduced to FoodShare at that point in time. And one of my staff members said, "Gosh, I know what I'm going to do when I retire." And I think that the lives of the volunteers you've touched is every bit as valuable as the lives of those that you have given nourishment to also. So now therefore be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring Jewel Petty upon her retirement from FoodShare. We thank and commend her for more than 30 years of compassionate service in feeding the hungry of Ventura County. And I would like to, in honor of you, read the names of the people who have come and let you just turn around and watch them stand as I read their names off, if you wouldn't mind. I think it'd be part of the celebration. So go ahead and take a look at your guest out there. Clemente Redden, Richard Guest. Would you stand up as your name's read, please? Rick Sherwood, Karen Jensen, Eve Liebman, Meg Horton, Kristen Rubricht, Christina Forino, Melissa Livingston, Sylvia Scoop, Cecil Lovato, Mary Page, Norma Strain, Bill and Charlotte Doonies, Hugh Davis, Faye Owen, Judy Roberts, Leonard Freeland, Eve Secor, Bonnie Weigel, Fran McNeil, Dave Bratz, Ann Sobel, Dolores Claudio, and Jim Magnus. And would all of you come down? I suspect Jewel would love to have you in a picture down here in front that we're going to take. And while they're coming down, Jewel, and if you guys would all step over here to the left, we'd like to get some sage words of advice from Jewel before we present her officially with the resolution. Oh, and anybody else in the audience whose name I didn't read off who's here for Jewel and wants to be in the picture?
Deserves this more than you.
Yeah.
You know, Roberta, I actually think it was better going that way. Why don't you go? Yeah, because Anna, I think you're going to have to shoot. I think you're going to have to shoot this way. There's just so many, we can't get them all in.
Yeah, because it's going to have to go like that.
Before the picture, we want to hear some sage words of advice from Jewel.
Words of advice. Words of advice. Okay, first of all, John, don't forget we still want that 20 feet of the property next door. You're going to have to hurry on that one, now, feller.
May I add something, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
With your permission. Remember when we put the flag up?
Absolutely.
And
Yes.
We called it the heart of Ventura County.
Absolutely.
And that's what you are, along with all the volunteers.
John.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
so
service.
much. Thank you for all your help. And the wonderful help, Kathy, you've been to the food bank for many, many years, honey. You're right now the chairperson of our Tackling Hunger food drive. And I need to tell you, we're almost at 80,000 pounds. We want 250. Oh, we're over it. Okay. One of our girls has told us we're over that. So, and we're going for 250,000 pounds, and I know the Lord's going to bring it in. Thank you, Kath. Thank you so much. It's just been such a pleasure, and you have been so supportive of the food bank. I don't know how to thank you, actually, for all the work that you've done to help us. I mean, even the $1 million grant that was such a blessing for us, you all took care of it for me. I didn't write one thing. I didn't have one contract to do anything. So, I mean, you've made the food bank as well as I have, and all these wonderful people. So many volunteers. Without the volunteers, and you're seeing a lot of them here today, we couldn't have made anything work. But just look at this. I mean, these are people that are interested in serving the public that needs our help. And they're doing a fantastic job of it. And there's many of them that started, and we have Jim Mangus, who was on the directorship for 12 years. We have our new person, Bonnie, who's going to take over right now. We have Fran. Where are you, Fran? There you are. Has worked really hard. And we have how many staff members? Okay. And we have a lot of volunteers, and we have a lot of companies that have supported us, like United Way. I mean, we're working with the AAA. We're working with every aspect we can possibly work with. We're so pleased to be able to do something to help these folks that really are in dire need for help. And I just had a Biker for Christ run on Saturday, and it was fantastic. We had about, how many, Wanda? Where are you? We served about 400 kids, I think, that day. 2 toys apiece, and they had a nice Christmas already. So it's just because folks like you are undergirding us and keeping us on the road up. And we're doing it. We're really doing it over there. It's very hard right now because we're short on nutritional foods, but this food drive is going to bring it in, right, Jeannie? It's going to bring it in. We just know we're going to get even more than 250,000 pounds. So God bless you all. God bless you all. Without all of you, I couldn't have possibly done anything. And my pastor has prayed us through a lot of hard times, Pastor Larry. Raise your hand. I mean, thank you. So we've had a real wonderful tour of time, and I feel God has released me and has told me there's another job out there, Jewel, so don't get too restful.
That's right.
You're going to have another job to do. So God bless you all, and thank you so much for this honor. This is just amazing to me that even that you would do something like this for me. I just truly appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. Keep up the great work. Keep our county growing the way it has been, and take care of it for me, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Jewel, you are so loved, and we sure appreciate your passion. And I just say, look out, Bullhead, Arizona, because we are on the way. Okay, give food, everybody, give food.
y'all want to get that picture. Kathy, thank you for wearing your pin. I like that. Marla, I'm going to get some pictures out there. Good.
Perfect, right before Christmas.
Good.
She has such a positive attitude. Just outstanding.
Yeah, I'm going to take some pictures outside. So I'm going to take a picture outside. Okay.
Let's go back to our item. I'm sorry. Okay. We're going to go back to item number 48, and we've had, I think we had all of our speakers. I would like to ask Greg Totten, could you come up? You had sent us a email in regards to some issues on this.
Good morning. Yes, I did communicate briefly with your board via email. As I mentioned in that email, we only recently discovered the proposed amendments when they appeared on your agenda, and we're trying to quickly conduct a more comprehensive review of them and provide written comment to your board just so you have the benefits of any input we can provide. You can't, from my perspective, you can't help but notice with things like Governor Blagojevich and the scandal involving the governor's office in Illinois that money is having a profoundly negative impact upon government and upon political campaigns. And so I've always believed that the purpose of this initiative, and I know I've communicated with both Supervisor Long and Bennett in the past on it, is very laudable and is well-intentioned and is brought forth in good faith. But this is an extraordinarily complex, difficult area of the law that involves overlay of both state, federal, and constitutional law, and in particular the First Amendment, which is one of the most difficult areas of litigation in our court system. As you will recall, in 2003, I filed extensive correspondence with your board detailing some serious concerns I had about the original proposal. A number of amendments I think were taken in response to that, but not all of the changes that I recommended. And I stand by that correspondence. I still have the concerns that I raised in that document. Just to kind of follow up on what Mr. Roy mentioned, this issue of independent expenditures, I mean, soft money, we're all concerned about soft money. We're all concerned about the amount of money spent on campaigns. But the law is very clear in terms of the First Amendment issue that when you start controlling expenditures by independent PACs and independent committees, you intrude into a very protected First Amendment arena. And the concern that we voiced in 2003 is still present, that this ordinance does touch upon an effort to control independent committee expenditures. We cited at that time the Lincoln Club case, which is pretty much the seminal decision in this area other than the Supreme Court case of Buckley versus Vallejo. But since that time, there have been two separate district court decisions. While they are not citable in court as authority, both of those cases, the one in San Francisco and the one in Oakland, out of the Northern District Court of California, involved ordinances that are somewhat similar to this in terms of the provisions in Section 1269, 1270, as they're read in conjunction with 1284. And those decisions, both one issued a preliminary injunction, the other one issued a temporary restraining order enjoining the enforcement of ordinances that were similar on the basis of the First Amendment. Those issues continue. The addition in this most recent proposed set of amendments of additional statement of intent language makes it clear that the bundling provision in Section 1284 is expressly intended to apply to independent expenditure committees, and I think adds to the problems this proposal could face in the independent expenditure arena were someone to legally challenge it. As district attorney, our responsibility is to ensure that we're enforcing laws that are enforceable, that are constitutional, and so I bring that to your attention. I'm also concerned about the imposition of a filing fee. While people can file directly with us complaints involving the ordinance, historically all of the complaints we have received, save one or two, have come to us via the initial review process in conjunction with the Ethics Commission. And so I know of no precedent for mandating the filing fee for complaints of a criminal nature. Law enforcement agency can't charge a citizen to file a criminal complaint. We can't charge a citizen to file a criminal complaint. So that is a potentially problematic provision. It could be qualified so that if it was purely an administrative complaint as distinct from a criminal complaint, there may be a basis for distinguishing the charging of that fee. The issue of selecting two attorneys, I believe, again, while that's done in good faith to avoid the appearance of any conflict, I think it's cumbersome. Attorneys, you always have the risk when you go to private counsel that they're going to burn the meter, turn the meter a little bit more to make a little additional money. So just as you're concerned that the initial complaint review attorney might say there needs to be an investigation in the hopes of getting additional attorney's fees, the attorney who actually does the investigation can prolong the investigation and accomplish the same purpose. So my feeling is if you're determined to have that separate attorney provision for the complaint intake and the investigation, it can be a single attorney. It really doesn't need to be two attorneys. That will add to the cost and the complexity of the ordinance because you will have two attorneys duplicating the work. The attorney that does the investigation is going to have to re-review the complaint and re-look at it in much the same way as the initial intake attorney. I'm also concerned about the provision of notice to the person who is the subject of the complaint. I realize we have not yet had a criminal prosecution under the ordinance, but as a general matter of practice and policy, no law enforcement agency in this state or in the country for that matter makes a practice of giving a suspect in a criminal violation notice that they are a suspect. The reason for that is we need to be able to conduct our investigations quietly without gaining the attention of the suspect because the people we interview may be influenced in one way or another. So that's purely from our perspective, not from the administrative perspective. That is problematic. I also want to echo the comments of Auditor Controller Christine Cohen. I would hope that your board would give us a little more time, given the complexity of this area, to do a comprehensive review and legal analysis of this issue because it is such a difficult area. I do feel compelled to respond to one of the earlier speakers during public comment. In terms of violations, and we have reviewed all of the violations that have been lodged with the Ethics Commission, and the vast majority of those have been innocent or negligent oversights on the part of individual candidates, and we have not seen any violation, including the one referenced by that speaker, that constitutes meets the requirement of the statute for a willful and knowing violation of the ordinance. And so that language is very clear. It is dictated by current law as to what it means, and it doesn't apply to the violations that we've seen. So again, I'd ask you to slow this down just a little bit to give us a chance to more carefully review these proposals. And with that, I thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Mr. Roy had said something in regards that maybe they're in order, because I think the worst thing any of us want to do is have an unconstitutional ordinance here. Because what we end up in is some kind of fight, lawsuit, whatever. It's going to cost us a lot of money and problems, and it doesn't make any of us look good. Take the time to do this. But he said something in regards to an Attorney General's opinion. What's your thought on that?
individual board members, I don't believe, are named in the statute regarding seeking of a attorney general opinion. The county council is. Your county council could certainly seek an attorney general opinion. The district attorney can seek an attorney general opinion on these issues as well. And there is precedent. I think right now, actually, there is a pending request for an attorney general opinion on a local campaign ordinance out of Orange County with similar provisions in it to this one.
Right, okay.
May I just ask?
Yes, sir.
a question? Well, Mr. Chair, do you, Mr. District Attorney, do you see any vulnerability here? And I think you made reference to it, but I want to make sure I understand it clearly. That this ordinance could be challenged because of the Constitution issues?
Yes. Yes, it has provisions that are similar to the provisions in other ordinances, other local campaign finance control ordinances that have been challenged in court. We just, as Mr. Roy pointed out, we haven't in that San Jose case, it didn't, the core issue never got litigated at the higher level fully. But these provisions are problematic from the standpoint of being challenged. I can't, as I stand before you today, given the complexity of the law, I can't predict that it would be held unconstitutional. I can't say that definitively, but it is of the type and the format that has been challenged in the past. And just the issue isn't contribution limits to candidates. The issue is when you start to restrain what an independent committee does, whether it's a general PAC as the Ag Association or a very specific PAC, you move into the area that receives heightened scrutiny by the courts of controlling expenditures. The whole concept of an independent expenditure committee is that they can spend whatever amount they want, whether they're advancing a ballot measure or an individual candidate, and because they're doing that independently of the candidate. And so when local ordinances or state law tries to infringe upon that area of expenditure, the court looks at it with a heightened level of scrutiny and says, absent some compelling state interest, we are not going to deem this as constitutional because it infringes upon free speech. And the courts have also said, at least those two district court opinions have said, we don't find the argument of addressing corruption in government and political campaigns compelling enough to meet this infringement upon speech because it is an independent committee. Hopefully that makes sense.
Very good. Anybody else? Comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming up. Okay. Any other comments by anybody? You have any you want to say?
Well, a couple things I'd like to say. One, as the board letter starts out, we have now had this ordinance in effect for 8 election cycles. And when this was first carried forward, there were lots of public comments and I believe changes, and we tried to ensure that the ordinance was as, well, nothing's going to be solid. We tried to ensure that the ordinance, as I felt in engaging in this, was as transparent to the public, accessible to the public, and met what I feel the public really does want in campaigns. And when you speak about Illinois, there's a real example. Outside of the ability for the public to trust their elected officials, to be able to trust the campaign finance process and language that says everything is transparent, open to the public, and we have safeguards in place. The other comment as to being able for the other electeds to put comments in on this, that has always been open ever since day one on this ordinance, and it specifically was addressed in June of this year when it was said at this dais by all the board that we were going to be revisiting this ordinance once the new election cycle started. So if there were changes to be made or offered, they should be in place before the next election cycle. So I think it was very publicly said if you had ideas, there certainly was a way to be able to bring those ideas, recommendations, changes forward through the CEO or through a specific board member. And the other comment to make, a couple weeks ago when Supervisor Floyd carried in what was considerable changes to the ordinance, there was silence. I don't know if that silence was because there wasn't enough time for folks to be able to come in here and speak to this, or exactly what that was. But comments made by Mr. Roy are respected. I think he does raise some questions and concerns as to the language regarding our specific sections of this ordinance. I also think that we have in this ordinance the safeguards that say if in fact a candidate realizes there's been an error made and or the contributor realizes there's been an error made, there's language in there that says how that can be corrected within a certain period of time to protect, to then address the errors that, it does not address willful and purposeful. That is clearly a criminal issue, and clearly this ordinance has always said that the district attorney is the first and foremost to address any criminal intention or violation of this ordinance. So I think that the public still has solid protection there. Candidates have solid protection there. No one's taking away the constitutional rights of I don't believe, the constitutional rights of both candidates or the public. If there is, and it's worth exploring, again, some case law, some actions, then there's still time to do that. The campaign cycle does not start until June of 09, the next cycle. There is still time to do that and to explore questions regarding these provisions. So I don't think anyone has closed the door. I would like to hope that if we're going to continue to first thing I will say is there is public support for campaign financing and guidelines that support campaign financing, and with an ethics commission to have a transparent and openly accessible way for the public to know that if there are complaints filed, they're legitimate complaints, they have a process to go through and to be heard outside of the obvious criminal standing that the district attorney's office has. So I would hope that if there are continuing to be concerns with that we work them up and that they be brought back. And if it's something that we need to do a further look at, that we do that. But to say that this was dropped on anybody, this was a surprise to anybody, this has been in the public arena for 8 election cycles and certainly been on the dais at discussion since June of this year.
Thank you. I think that we saw by some of this testimony today, there is still some concerns. There's no question about that. There's concerns. Our own auditor made concerns on some of that. And but I think at some point, we're going to have to decide that we're going to look at something collectively as a county again, and not, like I said, just piecemeal it. But I think there is concerns. The other side of this is when we have 2 attorneys, our district attorney and outside attorney, bring up some of this other issue. That's disturbing to me. I mean, there's a whole bunch of the stuff about this whole campaign financing that I don't agree with, and I know after my last time we brought this up, got a lot of interesting comments from the public. And I'm not sure there's as much support as you say, but there's probably some support. We don't want to see big money in this, but because of all this campaign finance, look what George Soros does. I mean, that guy puts millions and millions, and so what you've seen there is one person controlling a whole lot of things, and because of what's happened with a lot of this. But I do think that we have some concerns. We have, we had 2 people talk about should we be up and asking the Attorney General for an opinion on this. I think that's an open, that opens up some questions that 2 of these qualified people would say, are we right there on that edge? Do we want to run down that path? I mean, I don't want to get us into a lawsuit. I mean, the Ethics Commission, it's interesting. Mr. Roy said that we could go up to the state and they could handle this complaint without all the stuff we do. And it sounds like a lot of other counties and cities do that.
you know.
It takes them years.
Well,
years.
but
Peter, before they responded.
They're not going to enforce a local ordinance. They only do state law.
Right, but I'm talking about some of the basic things that we were talking about here. So there are some things out there that we do. But I'm also, I just don't want to put this. The other thing that was interesting to me was when somebody says, I could be a part of this ag pack and I could give money directly to one of the supervisors, and then, but 2 years ago I gave money to his pack, and that could all be the same money over a 2-year period of time, and I'd have to go back and do all this accounting to try to figure out what little piece. Why would we want to put that burden on there for a few dollars?
The ordinance specifically says within the campaign election cycle.
Right.
So if it's 2 years before, it doesn't
Yeah,
apply.
but you're asking all these different PACs to have to account for where their money came from, when it came from, all that. Because I would imagine that a PAC is doing a lot of other things. I think, as our district attorney had said, they're supporting propositions, they're supporting a whole lot of other things. These people are giving money, but how does it come back that Mr. Rancher or Farmer gave money during that cycle, and they were also talking about some proposition that was going on. But, well, you gave money into this, they could be held accountable, saying, well, you gave money here, you can't give money to Supervisor Long, you can't give money to Supervisor Bennett or myself or whatever. I think that why should we have that kind of confusion that people have to worry? Why shouldn't it be very clear that this bundling issue, and it also sounds like that becomes a real constitutional issue, that we shouldn't be stepping on people's rights to free speech. And again, I think it goes back to what we said a week ago. If we're going to say that, when I think Supervisor Parks, you said that at $250 people have to excuse themselves, and I think it was corrected, but really have to just let it be known. So is it $249 you're corrupt, or $250 you're not corrupt? I mean, those kind of things that we have to be careful of. $700 here or there under these different PACs. We want to be careful that we're not putting so much restriction, so much administrative burden on these people to do their normal business, because I would imagine that Mr. Roy's PAC is doing a whole lot of good during a lot of years that aren't election cycles, and we just don't want to be able to do that. And they also want to have impact. I would imagine that those PACs and all PACs want to have impact in the election cycle. So I think we have to be careful about what we see here. The other thing that was an interesting piece on fees, I don't know if that's, our own county council can tell us, I guess, is charging fee, is that something that, I guess, we know that the district attorney can't charge. I guess we have the right to try to deter. Is that what we're trying to do? Deter just the simple ones? Is that?
Charging a fee for this regulatory function is certainly appropriate, and the amount of the fee is far below the actual cost of processing a complaint. The fee is to be paid to the CEO's office. There is nothing in the ordinance that would require anyone to pay a fee to file a complaint with the district attorney's office.
Which I think, as we found, would probably not be legal anyway to do. And I like the idea that we're not going to just have random things that I can just walk up and file a complaint. I think that's smart. I do think, though, that we have to be careful about what we're trying to accomplish here, and maybe we have to take a step back and say, this really isn't all what we're trying to accomplish, because I know you've had good intention trying to write this in some way, but it also, from auditor controller, there's a whole bunch of other electeds that maybe we can all agree to put something out there and say a future date, we're going to look at something, and this is the date everybody has to, so we can get rid of some of these complaints. The DA can put their thing in, the outside attorneys who want to talk, the other elected officials could come back and say, here's what it is that we're all looking at. Maybe that's what we should be looking at. I don't want to be in a position that we're going to keep bringing this up every 6 months, because it sounds like we could be bringing this up on a regular basis. What you were talking about, if they have impact, because you want to be open to allow that impact to happen. So, my comments. Supervisor Flynn.
I think duplication is an issue here. Am concerned about campaign contributions. There's no question in my mind about that. I think that a individual candidate should control that. I know I did through all my years. I didn't really raise as much money for a campaign expenditures as I did after this ordinance was passed. Usually it was down in the $30,000 level, somewhere around there. But the ordinance, I don't know whether or not it identified a goal, and everyone tried to try to meet that goal. But I am concerned about people controlling elections with campaign contributions. On the other hand, we do have a district attorney. The district attorney is the chief law enforcement officer for this county. And the district attorney is an elected official. He's not appointed, as the item 49 would appoint 3 people who have worked for the county in the past. It seems like that's a conflict there, at least as far as I'm concerned. The district attorney, some people might argue with it that he does have conflicts. But on the other hand, he's elected to that office to enforce the law. Someone complained about a campaign function I had several years ago. The DA did not, the DA simply said, we're going to look at this, we're going to study it, but it didn't become immediately something in the newspapers at all, because the DA needed to conduct the investigation. Was there a law violated here or not? He found that there was not a law. But under this situation that we're in now, it becomes very political, and it appears in the newspaper almost immediately. I've had that happen to me in the past. I don't know if this amendment makes any correction to that or not. I don't know that. I didn't see it. But it can, a person who wants to cause problems for your campaign that have no merit can do it. Just file a complaint. It becomes part of the record, and a reporter then chases it, as it did happen to me in an instance after this ordinance was passed. I think the DA, I mentioned that he investigated me, but he found no problem there. So it did not become, until he was able to report that, any kind of publicity about it. No problem. And he did about a 3-month investigation of it, of the issue. The DA has the investigators. He investigates these issues. And yet on top of that, this ordinance, as we've experienced it, puts another cost. You have duplicity going on here, which is a cost to the taxpayers. So I think that we have a system, have had a system in place with a district attorney, the chief law enforcement officer, to investigate complaints and do it in a way, a responsible manner. I think that's what we ought to go back to. This is very expensive. If it's challenged in court, which it may be, there's no telling what cost that's going to be. This ordinance has already cost a bundle. I've been unable to get an absolute number on it, but it certainly costs some money. So that's an issue, I think. The other one is the level playing field. If you try to correct the independent or the soft money groups, the First Amendment is going to come to play there. You're just not going to get over that. And therefore, a group can gather, as did in a campaign that or in not this election, last election, but the one before it, where an independent group raised $40,000 to campaign against me. Well, that was unlevel playing field. That created an unlevel playing field for me because I was limited in what I could ask for a contribution. And I think Rob Roy pointed out some problems with it, with individuals who may belong to this committee, soft money, so to speak, committee, and yet they try to make a contribution independent of that committee. Well, that's you can't do that. I think what bothers me more than anything is this is a county-controlled committee, and I'm sure there are arguments against what I'm going to say, but it's a county-controlled committee. The person that has been at least the staff member on it works in the CEO's office. The county council is involved. True that independent attorneys come into play here, but we have that in the district attorney's office. Why should we duplicate that? It goes back to duplication again. But also, I think the point I want to make about the county's involvement, it's a conflict, because we appoint the CEO, we appoint the county council, and then we appoint the members of the commission. And there's a recommendation today for 3 members who are former county employees. What does that tell the public about the fairness doctrine that we must follow here? I would say if I'm a member of the public and not an elected person, I would say there's a problem there. There's a conflict problem there. I think for me that's the biggest issue that has emerged in this whole debate about the reform ordinance. The intentions are good, but what comes to play is not good. And I've experienced some of that. So, Mr. Chair, I would hope that we would ask our county council, we can't do it ourselves, for Attorney General's opinion. That's not final in any respect, and the county council can talk about that better than I can. But it would give some indication about maybe the constitutionality of what's before us.
Very true. Very true. Okay. You want to make some comments?
Sure.
Buddy?
I do.
1 or 2?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Got 1 or 2 comments?
These comments.
Well, I can't believe that.
It's an important issue, and it is an issue that because of all the court rulings that have been out there, et cetera, you have to craft these things carefully, and and once you start doing that, it opens up lots of different ways that people can attack it or challenge it or question it or express concerns about it, et cetera. But I think it's important to get these things said. The most important thing I want to respond to, Supervisor Foy, when you said, why isn't there this one time when everybody could bring their ideas together and we could go forward? And I said it 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to say it more emphatically today. As the chair of the board, you had that opportunity. We sat here last June and said, let's pick a day and let's all bring that stuff together. And instead, what showed up was that there wasn't that invitation to do that. Because if that was the case, we could have brought this, you could have brought yours, everybody would have known, et cetera. So,
well, I think you and I had a conversation about it, Kathy Long and I, and others had a meeting together about it, but nobody was bringing it, so we brought it. Just to clarify that.
You brought it the first election after that. We said we were going to wait until after the election. This was the very first thing. I mean, it would have been really easy just to say, okay, the election's over, let's pick the date. But I mean, it was the very first meeting that we have. We're there. I mean, it could have been very easy to say, here, hey, I've scheduled it for such and such a time, and we would have all known when that was going to happen. So the idea that somehow, we want that. Well, if we want that, we had a perfect opportunity. I mean, again, you could have just asked. You could have announced, this is the date that we're going to do this, or I'm going to be bringing it such and such a time. And we all would have been able to do that. But the second thing that I want to emphasize is that everybody will say to the public that they want to try to get the corrupting influence of money out of politics, right? But the proof of the pudding is, what do you offer as the solution? And what a lot of people do is they say they want to get the money out, but they say, but you can't do anything. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do that. But they don't offer what you can do to solve real problems that show up out there, right? So I think you got to sit there and say, what actually do people propose? I would offer this, that the proposal that came to us 2 weeks ago had essentially the same issues that the district attorney raised today, with 1269, 1270, right? Those same issues there, right? But we didn't hear from the district attorney 2 weeks ago, right? And the district attorney says, well, it's because this is in actual written form. Well, when we're debating the issue and deciding whether to direct county council spend a lot of time writing up the actual legal language, seems like if there is a concern, a constitutional concern or whatever the district attorney has, we should have heard that 2 weeks ago before we directed a bunch of staff time to go off and craft that. So these are the same things, as the district attorney pointed out, that he brought up Many years ago, when we first crafted this ordinance, he has a few additional things, but the big issues that he's bringing up are the same ones that were brought up in the past. The ordinance has worked. It has been able to be out there and I think decrease the amount of money that is out there. So that brings me to just a couple of other things. As Noel already pointed out, if there's something that you don't want the person to destroy the evidence on because you want to keep it secret, somebody can always file with the district attorney. Just they can go right to the district attorney and he can do any investigation he wants quietly in terms of that. But should we have local enforcement? That's one of the issues raised. Why can't we just count on the district attorney and that stuff? The state has the Fair Political Practices Commission to enforce the ordinance. The state has an attorney general that could also enforce any criminal violations of campaign laws, but the state chooses to have a Fair Political Practice Commission do it. Los Angeles has a district attorney, but Los Angeles chooses to have an ethics commission because they know that this area of the law it has a series of technicalities and procedures and those kinds of things in it, and so they recognize it's been helpful to go ahead and have that particular focus. So there are many organizations that once they adopt local ordinances come up with some way to have some kind of enforcement of the local ordinance, because the state FPPC would not enforce the local aspects of that. Mr. Roy brought up a couple of things. He said, he liked Supervisor Foy's proposal for office holders' accounts and increasing the limits, legitimate issues for us to have our discussion on. I would just offer there is a reason for every one of these things. Before Supervisor Long and I crafted this years ago when we brought it, we talked to the best legal experts in the country in terms of campaign finance reform. We talked to people in New York, we talked to people in Los Angeles, talked to the former head of the FPPC, because we wanted to say if we're going to do something, let's try to craft something that is as effective as possible, that really gets the job done, and is as legal as we can make it, and walk that line. You could keep it really legal by saying nothing and hardly doing anything, and you wouldn't have very much effect. And so there is always that balancing act. Why is there a limitation on office holder accounts? Because there is a great benefit to the public to not having elected officials collecting money during the full 4 terms that they're in office. If you narrow that down to a short election cycle, then many of the decisions that take place in the 3 years when they're outside the election cycle, you don't have to worry about anybody creating some impression of, hey, my issue's coming before, and so maybe I'll make a contribution to an office holder account. Whether that has any impact on the official or not, the impact it has on the public's perception is the issue. That's why you have the limitation. The issue about shouldn't we raise the limits? We built into the ordinance specific raising of the limits based on the consumer price index. So the limits have already gone up based with the cost of living increase, and will continue to go up in the future. I would offer to you, is this the right limit, right? It's a growing limit, but I would offer to you it's a middle class limit. It's the same comment that I made 2 weeks ago, which is that a limit at this amount is where the middle class can go and feel like, if they really believe in a candidate, middle class people may be able to go there. But to go to limits that are larger than this, just start to get out of the range, and then it becomes simply an easier way for people that are not in the middle class, the wealthier people, to get more money to candidates. So I feel strongly that we have to have a limit that has some relation to what middle class people in Ventura County can identify with. The other issue that Mr. Roy and I have had longer conversations on is the one that he brings up about 1269 and 1270, the statement about money being given 2 years ago to an organization, and then you give money to the candidate, and then you're going to be in violation. what's the problem? What are you trying to fix? Well, as we have seen at the federal level, when you pass a law, when there's big money involved, unfortunately we haven't had that problem here as much in Ventura County, but it could happen very easily, and we don't have it because we have provisions like this. But money tries to find various ways to get there. And so they come up with ways to get around that law. And so people set up associations and PACs, et cetera, and they set those up so that they can make contributions to 5 or 6 different PACs in the hopes that those PACs will then contribute to the candidate, or they do it through associations, et cetera. So what's the solution? Well, the solution is what we've tried to come up with, which is to say you can't do it, but we recognize that there are situations where somebody may inadvertently do it. And so we spent a lot of time with those attorneys, again, years ago when we set this up. And the time that we spent with those attorneys, we dealt with issues like knowingly and willingly, and those are all legal terms, as the district attorney pointed out, to try to say, look, if you did it and you didn't do it on purpose, you give the money back, there's no violation. It's written right in the ordinance. As soon as you're notified, there's no violation of that particular part of the provision. In other words, if somebody inadvertently gave money to an association, $500, and then they gave money to the candidate, it's as soon as the candidate finds out that there's been this problem, all they have to do is notify people. The organization can also spend more if they're willing to do a very simple thing, which is just if they want to, in places where they have this kind of thing, is to segregate the money. People talking about Mr. Foy's comments that you'd have to keep track of when the money came in. In this day and age, with computers and the filing and campaign stuff and dates on checks, it's I don't think there's anybody that's not keeping track of when campaign contributions are being made. So I'm trying to respond to these things because I think the public needs to know when these kind of concerns are raised that there are real reasons why the ordinance has the provisions in it, and there have been, I think, very credible, reasonable attempts to try to address the concerns, but the people who raise the concerns don't offer a solution to solve the problem that could address our concerns. The solution is get rid of it, which allows the abuse to come back. So with that,
May I ask you a question before you make a motion? Now, my question is this. Why not let the district attorney enforce the ordinance? Is that possible?
I think we've had that discussion fully when we first came up with the Ethics Commission at the time. I'd point out here that this is Orange County.
But I'm asking you for a specific answer.
I'd point out that this is the Orange County grand jury, 2008 grand jury report by Orange County. Certainly not the hotbed of certainly a conservative county generally. And what's the grand jury recommend in Orange County? They recommend that they form a committee to enforce their ordinances instead, in lieu of, and I'll read it, grand jury supports the recommended amendments to the ordinance in the formation of FCPC to oversee compliance in lieu of the district attorney's office. This would ensure transparency in government, fair play for campaign contributions to county government, elected officials, and candidates. So there's a grand jury review that you're welcome to take a look at what the Orange County. I think they have many of the same reasons that I have. Right? They point out down there, although the district attorney is charged with enforcing the ordinance, no criminal charges have ever been filed for alleged violation. And they go on. So I commend that to you for that. So with that, I would like to make sure I'd like to move the recommended action.
Yeah, I got some other questions.
I got the floor. But I'd like to move the recommended action. I just want to make sure I get this said properly. With the one change for the first read that was brought up based on Supervisor Parks' comments in 1095, which would be to change D. 1295, thank you. Change 12D to be the initial complaint review attorney shall review complaints. I think that probably, are you with me there? The and should go out, the comma should go there, right? And then it says, evidence submitted with the complaint with the complaints, then there should be the and evidence submitted by the alleged violator. Right? And issue to the commission a written opinion within 28 days. Right? Okay?
Anyway,
Thank you very
let's
much.
make
So
a,
anyway, I just wanted to make sure that motion got set.
And to say that I think with that language that, and the district attorney spoke to that, you know, in his court of processing, that's not allowed, but there's clearly a separation here between criminal violations and what we're having here in this ordinance, and I think that's the separation. So second the motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just in kind of responding to the way Mr. Bennett answered my question. He answered it by making reference to an Orange County grand jury report. I think to compare Orange County to Ventura County is you really get in more of a contrast than a comparison. So I wouldn't cite Orange County as an example to follow, nor as any reason to accept the notion that the DA, or rather a commission, should do the hearings and the enforcement rather than the DA. I think the DA is an independent body, as I said, an independent elected person. The DA is sensitive to the issues that we're sensitive to here. It's his responsibility to enforce the law. And therefore, I see no reason why this particular ordinance cannot be simply an ordinance because it's a law passed by the County of Ventura, and the district attorney enforce that law. I think that would save a lot of money. I think we're spending an awful lot of money on this enforcement of this ordinance when the DA is already equipped to do that. So I'm going to vote against the motion.
No question about that. You got some questions or comments?
Thank you. I did have one question and then some comments. And one is the district attorney raised the question about the fact that you have a complaint filed that becomes kind of a public record. And I'm just wondering, because this isn't a complaint to the district attorney, it's a complaint filed with the CEO's office. Would ask the county council, would that be a public record?
Yes.
It would be required to be.
Yes, there really isn't any substantial basis under the Public Records Act to withhold it.
And then, so this is the way that the ethics commissions, I guess, would be working in Los Angeles and other areas too, because it's not going through the district attorney's office. I appreciate the fact that the motion includes adding the language about allowing for evidence to be submitted by alleged violators too, because I think that will, again, help streamline this. And I think the whole point of the recommendations brought forward to us is to help streamline, and it certainly will cut costs also. And as in regards to having, I guess it was expressed as county insiders as the new ethics commission. To me, what we have right now are campaign supporters. You know, a lot of those people, and you know, I know that we definitely have some of those sitting on there. So to me, this puts it a step aside, having the former county councils on that and the former CEO, and perhaps that legacy can continue if we have another former county council. But it's also good. It's also good.
He's got 10 or 15 more years.
It is. To me,
look at his mom.
One of the biggest flaws was not having someone who's a legal expert determine what is probable cause, and that just turned it into such more expense than needed to be, because the ethics commission we're not experts, and so we ended up I think chasing down some potential violations that were clearly not, and a legal opinion would have told them that at the beginning. So I think with that it will streamline it. And then also, just to clarify a couple things that were said up here, while Mr. Roy said there hasn't been any big corruption in this county, we don't really need this. While it wasn't corruption, my opponent, received a check for $90,000. That's a huge contribution. Certainly not a middle class contribution, and then declared that it bought the individual access. Not influence, but access. And I think, oh my gosh, people should not be thinking that they're buying access when they're giving contributions. We need to continue our democracy of all the people. And then also another correction, the LAFCO limit of $250 requires recusal. So if you're a LAFCO commissioner and you get a contribution of $250 or more, you cannot vote. And to me, that is the cleanest way of ending favors granted through contributions. And $250 doesn't sound like much, but it is enough for the perception of a conflict or a perception of corruption, and enough for the state of California to require LAFCO commissioners to recuse themselves. So I don't have a problem with the limits that are on here. I really do appreciate and realize it has made a significant difference. The billionaire is not now giving $90,000 contributions to candidates, so that's a good thing. And then I also appreciate the fact that we have wonderful electronic filing. I know other candidates in other areas would love to be able to have such easy filing. It actually does the math for you and everything. So I think that's great, and I think it's a way we could make some money if we want to. We can use this system and sell it to other entities, because it is a really good system. And I also think having some control on PACs is important. One of the PACs that came out against me when I first ran, spent about $60,000 and never reported it until after the elections. So you didn't find out that it was made up of all the developers in my community. And I think that is important information to have out there. The state of California just charges you a $10 a day fine. Well, if you're going to spend $60,000, you're happy to let it go for 30 days and get a $300 fine. So having a larger fine associated with independent expenditures and PACs that try to do stealth campaigns, I think will help them realize they're going to end up paying 80% of their contribution or their expenditure, then that's going to be a significant fine. So I appreciate that too. And I think it just makes it more open. And what we have written has worked for many election cycles. And I think we will continue to help work it so that it isn't as expensive. It can get streamlined. And I'm happy that we have this in place, and I think it's working. So I support the motion.
Thank you. Let me make a couple comments on Supervisor Bennett, where he said the district attorney wasn't here last week when we dealt in those issues. Those issues were not constitutional issues, because he just made a comment today that those issues that we dealt with last week were issues that we have the rights to. Limits, how much the limits were, total contributions, all those things. So just to correct you on that piece. And then it's when this limit thing we talk about, look at these limits. Does it limit you to make a contribution? I mean, you say it's a middle class. That to me is really an interesting comment. I don't know how you can look at a middle class contribution, because there's a lot of people that quote would be classified as middle class say, I'm only going to give you $10 or $25, and then somebody who's not could say, I believe in you and I want to give you more, and that's a real interesting thing to me, that we'd call these middle class, and how we come up with that. I guess then the average middle class person can't give to the state representatives. If I think one of them said, I don't know if Mr. Roy or Mr. Totten had said that, these districts are almost the same size as assembly districts, and they're getting $3,200 or $5,400. So those kind of limits. So I look at that middle class thing just really is interesting. The other thing is that, like Mr. Roy's PAC, he has an all-purpose PAC that he does a whole lot of things with, and I would go along with what Mr. Bennett said here in regards to this limiting these other PACs. I mean, look at what Soros and all those guys do. They come up with all these million different things they want to fund, all based on election. These other kind of PACs are doing a whole lot of other good all year round, all the time. And so I'd look at that as saying, why do we want to limit the ones that are doing good? Because remember, they're limited to this $700, they're this middle class contribution themselves. They're not there. But at the same time, if somebody says, I'm contributing to the PAC, and the max they can give is this $700, and so they're only giving $700. I mean, if they could have 50 people give hundreds of dollars to this PAC, but they only can give $700 a PAC. The PAC itself can't do anything more than one individual. And so a farmer, but the idea you restrict a farmer or anybody else who's part of his PAC, or any PAC like that, I think is a real problem. Because you do limit their ability to freedom of speech, because they just may be giving to his PAC during that time anyway, and they want to give with all the other things he has going on. So I do think that adding extra burden, as we said here, with all this computers and everybody else can make it easy, I just don't think there's too much opportunity for somebody to come up and say you didn't do something right, and that's not what we should be doing. The thing should be trying to get rid of corruption. And I know we have, well, if you made a mistake, you can go through it. We shouldn't even have to think that way. You should be able to know exactly what it is. I can give a contribution and move forward. Campaigning and finance and all the other stuff that goes on, it should be focused on the people get to hear what the candidate's talking about, and the people get to vote for a candidate, not all this other stuff that goes on. The other thing was interesting here is how sometimes we don't want to use a grand jury, and then we want to use a grand jury report on the other side. So we have to be careful of how we elect those grand jury's reports. The one thing, though, if everybody really wants this ability for everybody to talk and to be part of this and really give time, like Auditor said, Christine Cohen, that everybody should have it, then we should set a time. We should just say, okay, let's forget this. Let's set a time in January, first part of February. Everybody's got 30, 45 days. And let's bring all your issues up, and let's bring them all up. Then we could do that. We don't have to move forward with this. I don't like the idea that a couple people come up here and tell us that we have some constitutional issues. That doesn't help, because at some point, somebody will want to file a lawsuit, and we know as we get into lawsuits, it costs us tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars if somebody wants to file something. And I don't think if we know there's questions out there that we should move forward on that. We're still 2 years off from our next election, so it's not like we don't have 30 or 60 more days to do something to move forward. So in that, I would suggest that we would not have a motion to do anything with this, and that we would say, okay, let's be open. Let's pick a date. If I messed it up, we didn't pick a date. Let's pick a date. Then let's all do that, and let's have all this stuff brought up before everybody can do this at one time. Bring all their issues. Let the public know so they can all bring their own people in to make their own comments. I think it would be the reasonable thing to do if we really care about what the public has to say about this. Anyway, my comments. You got some more comments?
You know, it's a legislative place, and this is an important issue, right? My question for you simply is this. You know, you said, if this is what we really want, and my question is, so if that's what you really want, why didn't we do it?
Okay, let's do it now then.
Right. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. So that's fine.
I said,
okay.
if I screwed it up, that's fine.
That's legitimate. I mean, if there was a good reason why we did, but that's what
Let's do
started
it.
us down this path.
Right. Okay.
My comments that I started with 2 weeks ago, I said, there's two ways we could do this. We could all kind of bring these in on our own, or we could have done it, and that under your guidance, we started down to do it. So that's how we're here. The point I would like to make about the district attorney's comments, and you had said the changes you made last time weren't constitutional changes. I agree with you. Right. My point is this: you were not changing the part of the ordinance that today the district attorney is saying, I have real concerns. You shouldn't go forward because I have concerns about 1269 and 1270. You weren't changing those.
No, I want to get rid of the whole thing together. I agree. I didn't want those changes because we just get rid of that together.
Well, you weren't eliminating all of that stuff. You weren't eliminating all of 1269 and 1270. You were making modifications. You made a modification from $50 to $100 for.
No. But we're talking about things within the. I'm talking about ethics committee. Go ahead.
Let me say it this way, because we'll probably get to it. If we would have adopted all the changes that you had suggested 2 weeks ago, many of the concerns expressed by the district attorney today would still have been in the ordinance, and would have still been issues that he could be complaining. But he did not. In other words, we had adopted all of your things. He didn't come and say, hey, there are still these other things 2 weeks ago. So it's just, I think we have to ask ourselves, there's this question as to, suddenly this one, we have all this comment, but we didn't get the request for the delays 2 weeks ago. We didn't get the comment.
No, because we weren't on that issue. We weren't talking about those exact issues.
But if we would adopt your changes, you would have left in there the same things that he is in the ordinance now.
But I think you and somebody else would have come back and added more. We would have been through this process.
We'll agree to disagree on that.
It's always nice to see you guys arguing.
The other thing that I would offer, it's a debate. The other thing that I would offer is deciding that the state has higher limits. I would offer to you that the average citizens don't identify with those higher limits, and the average citizens don't want the kind of government that those higher limits are delivering for us from the state. It's just, I just don't think it comes up as a good.
I don't know how a limit makes that difference.
I don't think it speaks well that saying, hey, that's the way for us to really eliminate money and the influence of money, their limits are too high for that. And then the question of, there's a good PAC out there, and so you agree for some of these other PACs, but not for good.
No,
I don't know.
I'm just talking about PACs that you made a legitimate comment that all of a sudden somebody's coming for election, we're going to build a PAC so we can vote for or against a candidate. I agree with that. And then it goes away, and it's not. I'm talking about PACs that are out there year round.
And I don't know how we make the distinction
Well,
and the exception for good PACs versus not good PACs. I mean, that's illegal. They'd have a legal field day. And I'd leave it with this comment: the public wants us to work hard and debate fairly, and they want us to debate, and I welcome it because it forces us to think this stuff through. But they ultimately want us to work hard to craft something in a field that has complicated law with it, that is as effective as we can make it to decrease the influence of money in politics and reveal the role of money so that people at least know where the money's coming from, and that partially decreases that influence. And this ordinance is, I believe, at this point in time, given all the input and all the things we've had over the years, as good as we can get. At this point in time, my guess is we will definitely be able to improve it again 2 years from now as more stuff comes up or new court cases come, et cetera. We're always going to have, there are challenges out there all the time, and as Mr. Roy just said, we could have been sitting through a whole challenge and the court didn't rule on it. So I think that's why it's as good as we can get it at this point in time, and that's why I make the motion and suggest.
Okay. Any other comments on this? You want to drag this on for a little
Just
bit?
make an observation. I don't think we have anyone here, maybe I'm wrong, who spoke in favor of the ordinance from the public.
No, I don't think so. Don't think so at all. All right. I have no more comments on this. I do think that the comment made by the auditor was a good comment, that everybody, especially every elected official, had that opportunity. It doesn't look like that was given, but we have a motion, and
It is reflecting on the screen that it's a different item, but
Yes.
on your computers. Are you able to vote?
so we're on item number 48.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm just going to have to vote
I know.
with my hand. My computer's out.
Okay, John, if you'll just tell me.
They shut him down early.
Move your mouse. Did you move your mouse?
Shut my computer down.
Move your mouse.
Move the mouse a little bit. See if that comes back up. Oh, there it goes. There you go. Okay. It just went. We were discussing
Another
too long.
conspiracy.
Wait a minute. I voted wrong.
He voted yes. Is it legal to change your vote, Paul?
There is something that says in there, withdraw vote.
I changed it before I gave an opinion.
All right. Well, thank you for the discussion, and we'll do it.
And
What's that? Oh, she does.
And thank you for the discussion.
No, I appreciate it.
It's healthy that we have. It's healthy that we have disagreements
We've always-
about this
yeah.
thing and get it out there.
Kent, what's that?
Title of the ordinance.
You want to do some more?
Amendments to an ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors repealing and reenacting Article 6, Chapter 2, Division 1 of the Ventura County Ordinance Code, Section 1261, Edisec, regarding local finance reform. That's it. Yes. Wait a minute. That's it.
I need to go to item 54 real quick because they have to be gone by noon. Thanks for waiting.
Good morning,
Told
Mr.
me to
Chairman,
be
members of
done.
the board, and Mr. Flynn. Item 54 presents to your board a revision of our investment policy. We, just to give some background, we periodically come back to your board to take another look at the investment policy, make adjustments and whatnot to it, so that it continues to represent our efforts to provide safety, liquidity, and then yield in the investment of the funds in the Treasury pool. I've asked Mr. Hanson to come here in the event that there are any questions that you might have. Certainly in our challenging investment climate right now, these changes are important. But if there are questions, I'll have Mr. Hanson come on up.
Anyone have any questions? All we want to do is make sure everything you got is safe. That's pretty hard to say these days, huh?
No, we're safe.
And I appreciate, if I might, Mr. Chair, the briefing that I asked for, and to fully understand why this is a good change, necessary change. So, motion to approve the recommended action.
We have a motion. We have a second. Thank you. I appreciate you looking after us. And unless you want to make any comments?
Can we do 53 also?
Okay.
I just want to say one thing, and people were handing me notes. I'm sure you didn't notice, but the Fed is having their open market committee meeting. It's done. That's the rate that they allow people to borrow money at. It was at 1%, which I thought was low. It's now at 1/4 of 1%.
They went down to 3/4?
Yes.
Whoa. Wow.
And the verbiage says they can go to 0 if they want, but right now it's at 1/4. So I'm going to give you the good news. You'll get your board letter for November. In October we were 354. In November we're 349. So these are the good old days. I'm getting quoted rates real quickly. For example, 0.06, which is 6/100ths of 1%. So
wow.
It is what it is. Thank you very much. We only can go 1/4 of a point lower, or
we're going to start paying them to borrow money.
Don't say that.
I mean, you never know with this government anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have to receive and file? All right, 53. I'm sorry, 53. He's absent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for waiting on us. Okay. I think we can get back to our fire district. Number 37. On my last meeting as chair, trying to get all these guys out early. Look, they had to wait all morning long. I'm so sorry for that.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, Bob Roper, Fire Protection District. Item number 37 is an application for a grant to the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the 2009 Western States Wildland Urban Interface. What we're looking for is that we would like to apply for a $10,000 grant. This would help for the application and distribution or a wildfire action plan each year. This has a $5,000 soft match component with it, and it's before you for approval.
Got a motion and a second? Pardon? Supervisor Long? Okay. All right, sir, number 38.
Okay, number 38 is an application. Due to timelines, we've already submitted the application for the grant, and this is to the Ash Institute for Democratic Government at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and this for the 2009 Innovations in America Government Award. We were sent an application through the International Association of Fire Chiefs for the program that I brought before your board for the Leave Early or Stay and Defend, and they read some of the newspaper clippings and they thought this would be applicable for this grant application. So with concurrence of the CEO's office, we applied for the grant already, and if we were successful for whatever dollar amount of the $100,000, we'd be using this to produce the public education materials and continue this concept of the Leave Early or Stay and Defend into the communities. There is no match to this grant, and this takes us probably another 120 days before we find out if we go to the next step or not.
Great.
I was just going to say that the motion should include a thank you to the reporter who wrote about it, that got the clipping into DC, that got us this grant. So. Second.
Okay, thank you.
Is anybody here for this? Okay, you know what I need to do real quick already, Sarah? I got to go back to my 10 o'clocks. I missed a couple. Already, you have something good to talk to us about, don't you? You want to put this up? Okay, we agree to put it up.
Good afternoon, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mrs. Robinson. Reddy Pakala with Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. I will be presenting the next two items, number 25 and 26. Both of them are public hearings for the proposed water rate increases. Item number 25 is for Ventura County Water Works District number 17, which provides water supply to Bell Canyon. District purchases water from Water Works District number 8, and the city of Simi Valley manages this district. And water is pumped 3 stages before we get to the top of the hill to serve the Bell Canyon customers. And Simi Valley purchases its water from Cayugas Municipal Water District, which imports it from State Water Project through Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Metropolitan water supply has been severely impacted due to a federal court decision which curtailed water deliveries from Northern California, and also due to the continuing drought in Colorado River Basin and in Northern California. In response, Metropolitan Water District has been acquiring additional water supplies at a greater cost. Metropolitan's actions to provide reliable water supply to Southern California are increasing metropolitan water rates substantially. Effective January 1st, 2009, Cayugas Municipal Water District has increased their rates by 17%. In addition, Southern California Edison Company has increased their rates by 15.7%. We reviewed the impact of the Cayugas and Edison rates on Water Works District number 17 operations and maintenance budgets, and we are recommending a 12% increase in the Tier 1 commodity water rate. Also, to encourage water conservation, we are recommending increases for Tier 2 and Tier 3 water rates. Should your board approve the proposed water rate increases, on average, it will mean an increase of almost $17 per month per resident for the Bell Canyon property owners. Water rates are subject to Proposition 218. A 45-day notice of the proposed water rate notice was sent to all the property owners within Bell Canyon. We have at this time 706 properties within Bell Canyon or District 17. These notices were mailed on October 30th, 2008. Your board package includes copies of 3 protest letters that were received by the clerk of the board as of last Wednesday. I was told there was one more protest letter that was received by the clerk last evening. I believe you have a copy of that too. Our office in Moore Park has received 4 inquiries. These inquiries were about conservation rebates that we offer through Metropolitan, and also the tiered water allocations. On September 17, 2008, Cayugas board discussed their proposed 17% water rate increase. If you recall, last year when I was in front of you recommending a water rate increase for year 2008, your board made some comments about sending Cayugas rate increase and notices to our customers. So we did send notices to all of our customers in Bell Canyon. None of our customers attended the Cayugas board meeting. The District Citizen Advisory Committee appointed by your board unanimously concurred with the staff recommendation. We are recommending that your board approve recommended water rate increases, and also certain rule changes we are recommending which deal with the personalized services as shown in our staff report. This concludes my verbal presentation. I'll be glad to take any questions you might have.
I would just say thank you very much for the report. I know from what I've heard, Cayugas is planning on raising their rates every year, like 10% a year from now on. And then you also have Southern California Edison, that's energy is costing more. So all I can say is the little silver lining is that while they're raising higher rates, we're not raising it quite as high, and I'm hoping that's because we're able to get more from those who are excessive water users in the Tier 2 and Tier 3s. Towards that, as I think your report indicated, yes, approximately 70% of all residential water use is going onto people's front lawns on their landscaping. And if we can encourage people to change that landscaping to drought-resistant type of landscaping, we've permanently fixed that issue. And I would hope that we could look in the future at a program where we can offer some conservation measures related to replacing turf for drought-resistant landscaping to get our customers to do that. I believe, I might not be right, but I believe Metropolitan is no longer giving those conservation rebates. I'm not sure if I'm right. I don't know if you know, but I think they're having some budget issues. But the idea of having those who use the most water and basically wasting water on thirsty landscaping that isn't as necessary, that they can help pay for those to convert from their landscaping to drought resistance. I think it's a good program to look into. But with that, again, I do want to thank you for mailing to the customers about Callejas' rates, because that's really where it starts. We just kind of have to pass through and are fortunate not to have to pass through at all. So I'll approve the recommendation of staff with the motion.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
When you say it's an average of $17 to the average water bill, I don't think the average water bill up there is $150. I'm sure it's a lot more than that.
District 17 average water bill is about $153 per month.
That's all they're paying, each house.
Well, average water bill is $150.
So there must be some lots that don't have any houses, and we take all those averages, right?
Well,
I mean, to the average person, they're going to pay a lot more than $17, so they're going to be paying when you get them a 10% increase and everything else. So it's going to be it's going to be a lot. The other thing to me is a lot of this rate, supposedly, I agree with you, water, all these court, things that come down about the fish, you can't pump as much water. But the thing that really bothers me now is this issue about the electricity. Because we know natural gas is at half of what it was, 6 months ago and everything else. What is this deal with Edison? Is anybody questioning Edison on these rate increases? I mean, you get, you're kind of downstream a long way, and you have to take all the pollution that comes with it down there. But I'm just wondering if the rest of us or what we're doing to question Edison on this stuff, because I don't believe that. At some point, I understood it when it was going, and the natural gas plants that are producing this electricity, very expensive. But now that we see it, down less than 50% of where it was, I'm just wondering, are they just, they're 6 months behind, kind of telling us, and now the ratepayer is going to be stuck with this kind of a deal. Yeah. Is there anything going on to help protect the ratepayer in this?
Well, as you know, that goes to the PUC, Public Utilities Commission. It's my understanding that they have a set methodology for the Edison company to show the PUC what type of costs they have incurred. Based on those cost increases, they pass on those costs. As far as your comment about fuel prices have gone down, I would think that would be the next cycle of the rate review PUC would be looking at.
Right. When does that come up?
Well, this particular rate increase, I believe, is in January 2009.
For 1 year?
So it will be for next 2010, which is the next review.
Yeah, because it said somebody said we're expecting a rate increase of 15% next.
15.7 in 2009.
In 2009,
Right.
So hopefully that's not going to happen.
Also, I think I do want to point out that the Public Works Agency and Mr. Pacala in particular are looking at alternative approaches towards the energy issue at their various locations. And so that's being explored as we speak to help contain those costs.
Yes, no question. I mean, we know that. I mean, you, Supervisor Bennett's been talking about this cost going up for years, but hopefully we'll see some changes in some of that. All right, we have a motion, and we had, I think, a second. There you go. So you want to tell us the same thing again?
Well, item number 26 is for the Lake Sherwood Community Services District. We provide water service to community of Lake Sherwood. I'm not going to repeat the same thing, but we are recommending a 12% rate increase because of Callejas and Edison power charges. Within Lake Sherwood, our estimated average increase is $5.40 per month. because their average water usage is lower than Bell Canyon, and we don't have to pump as much higher elevations as we do in Bell Canyon. We did provide a notice of the proposition to 18. A 45-day notice was mailed to over 678 property owners in Bell Canyon. Your board package includes a copy of the one protest letter that your clerk of the board received. Our office in Moore Park has received 2 phone calls, again asking about the allocations and some water conservation rebate programs.
I'll go ahead and move is this a hearing? After the hearing's closed?
Okay, we'll close the hearing.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and move the staff recommendation and would like to see if you can look at maybe some incentives, particularly if MWD is no longer giving theirs.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
You think those people in Sure want to get rid of that grass?
I think everybody wants to save money if they can, and this is going to just keep getting more expensive.
Okay, all right, sir.
Thank you.
for waiting.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. The clock was wrong. It really is close to 10. Yes. Mr. Pratt, we have a public hearing. This is yours? Mr. Pratt's coming down?
Yes. Mr. Pratt doesn't.
He
just
doesn't
needs
need to come down?
This
He's
is
one-
Mr. Pratt, the Public Works Director.
This is Public Works.
Today, I'm asking your board subsequent to taking any testimony for a public hearing to confirm the appointment of Jeff Pratt, a registered engineer, and the Public Works Director to the position of Road Commissioner.
You- She wanted. He just looks like a road commissioner, doesn't he? What? Yeah. Well, that big raise he gets for going out and putting pavement down. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Well, thank you. Congratulations, sir. I think. Okay. And we can run back unless somebody gets hungry. But you can make it through a couple more here. We got a few people in here. You've been energized. Got him going. Got his blood boiling. Talk about football. 39. Okay, behavioral health. There she is. I got to tell you that I've been hearing so many wonderful things about you out there.
Oh, thank
I just
you.
had to just tell you that because it's true. People have been saying great things about you, so I just.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Floyd, members of the board, and Mrs. Robinson. I'm here for item 39, which contains 4 recommendations. The first requests your approval for our 0809 contract with the State Department of Mental Health for our CONREP program. The funding that we receive from the state covers the cost of the program fully. We also renegotiated with the state for $100,000 more this year than they paid us last year to do this program. The second recommendation requests the auditor process the necessary accounting transactions associated with that contract. The third recommendation requests your approval for our 0809 contract with Casa Pacifica, which provides an array of mental health services for youth and families. They're our largest contract provider for children. The contract amount is $6.2 million, which utilizes multiple funding sources, including EPSDT, Medi-Cal, 3632 services, MHSA funding. And the fourth recommendation requests your approval of a second amendment to our contract with Staff Care to increase the maximum amount of the agreement by $195,000. We use that contract to fill temporary physicians to fill behind physician vacancies. Do you have any questions?
Great. Okay. Do we have any? Go ahead. You can move it. Now I just want to ask a question. She's going to move. Been moved.
Already been moved in second.
Moved in second? Why is it not showing it? There we go. Okay.
I just have one quick question, and I think I know the answer, but this is a program that now we've been doing since 1985.
The CONREP?
Yeah.
I believe it's been, I don't know the exact date,
Well,
but it's
that's
been a
what
number of
the board
years.
letter says. And so I guess, so this is coming to us, and the contract covers from September through June of '09, because this is okay, never mind. I answered my own question. Just wondering why the delay, but I know the state causes that.
The question I have is, this is funded by the state.
Correct.
Are we seeing a slowdown in our funding on this yet? I'm just concerned we're going into $5 million here, and our friendly state that has no money, and are we going to
I haven't been notified of that by my fiscal department in terms of, but what I do know is that when we went to the state originally and asked for more funding for this program, they were resistant to that, which is one of the reasons we were a little bit late getting the board here, because I was fairly insistent that we needed more funding, and so they did renegotiate the contract, and they did allocate an extra $100,000.
Right. And this is, okay, we're kind of the pass-through to these other organizations. If I can ask CEO, what happens if the state doesn't pay us? Are we on the hook to continue to keep these other organizations going?
I think most of our contracts have out clauses in them.
Do they?
Relative to.
Well, this is a contract.
Are you talking about the Conrad program in
per
particular?
se? I think
This is a service on behalf of the state. The reason they gave her an extra $100,000 is she said, we're not going to do it at this level anymore.
Right. So you give it to, I'm just curious, what I see up in Sacramento, I mean, they just won't have the cash to do anything.
Right.
But, okay, we're just going to have to deal with when it comes.
Yes, we have to deal, frankly, with that every year. What you see, I think, is more of a concern about the tidal wave that may.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this whole tidal wave is going to say nobody has any money to do anything, so. Okay. And you want to do? You need a vote. Okay, we'll go to number 40.
And item 40 requests your approval to establish 6 regular positions, and I just want to point out that there's no net county cost associated with these positions. They're fully funded by, or they're primarily funded by the Mental Health Services Act, and this money's already been allocated to our county, and the funding must be spent within 3 years of allocation or it reverts back to the state. One of the positions is for an additional fiscal manager, and this is to help us manage the workload due to the expansion of MHSA and EPSDT. And the other 5 positions are for community services coordinators, and again, they're fully funded by MHSA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Paul Lorenz with the Healthcare Agency. This is a request for your board to ratify and approve an amendment with Dr. Mark Sussman and his associate for anesthesia services at Santa Paula Hospital. This increase has allowed us to open a second operating room at Santa Paula Hospital and allow us to actually add additional days if necessary. This is actually a very good sign for the progress of Santa Paula Hospital.
Move the recommended action to knock people out. Anesthesia. Come on.
Come on over, we'll knock you out. I like that.
Very good.
That's good. Now, what happened here?
Thank you.
Thank you. What's going on with their system? 42.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Griffin, Director of the Library. This is number 42 is an approval of mid-year revisions to our fiscal year Ventura County budget. This revision was approved by the Library Commission on October 23rd. Basically, it's a release of our designation. 88% of it's from rolled over appropriations from last year. If there's any questions?
No questions? Okay.
Good luck in the library again. Second.
Okay. I think we get it. Okay. All right, thank you very much. And we're going to, 43 is continued. We'll go to 44. That's mine to reappoint Naomi Tomasati and Elisa Zomora.
Second.
Okay. I think you did. And then Supervisor Long for our next one, 45.
Yes, my motion is to appoint Barry Fisher from Public Health as a member of the Community Commission for the Ventura County in the quadrant that represents county. So I, again, had to pick, not had to pick, but we always have county leadership folks in that quadrant. That's my motion. Sorry.
Okay. I think you got the next one too, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you. This is to appoint Richard Ramos to the Piru Cemetery District. And he is a local resident, long time, has family there, is very vested in really reorganizing and doing a better job with the management of the district and the management of the cemetery itself, and that's my motion.
Thank you. Okay. We need? Yes, there you go. Oh, the one behind front of you is not working? All right, we'll go to 49.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a receive and file action. Is that me?
I'm
No?
sorry, yeah, 47, I'm sorry,
47.
you're right, yeah.
Yeah. Receive and file action, I said last week or 2 weeks ago, I would bring this forward to you with the highlights of the CSAC Policy Committee actions and the Board of Directors, actually, of CSAC's actions in response to policy committee items. This is just as you see from the attachments, the key action items. Obviously, other things that are being worked on by CSAC, encourage you to continue to follow those and engage where you have an interest, and the recommended action to receive and file. If you have any questions, be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you for doing it.
You're welcome.
Okay, 49? Okay, wait, sorry. I see it up there. Okay. Pardon? 49? Machine can never keep up with man.
John Henry.
That's right. Okay, so we have number 49.
We're presenting it first. Yes, the before your board is a recommendation to appoint 3 members to the Ventura County Campaign Finance Ethics Commission. And as you see, this would be activated once the ordinance has been acted on, and not before then. And the names that are brought forward are those that are both known to you, but also more importantly, they are clearly separated from the county, have long history and understanding the law, I think, and also process. And I think what's important with this reorganization is that we have members who are have the highest level of integrity, experience, and understanding of how county ordinances work. And I think, as was addressed in the ordinance that's been proposed for revision, that there would be the opportunity with the future vacancy that the member present on the Ethics Commission would have the opportunity to make a recommendation to the board for replacement. We really are trying very hard to have a firewall there, and I think this does accomplish that. That's the motion. And
second.
We have some speakers now. Carol Dean Williams.
How much time do I have left? Well, I kind of sat here smiling of how your other ordinance was submarine by one honest citizen, and how the district attorney won't do his job, but you still overlook the most important. I can now drive the Mack truck right through your ordinance, because your ordinance does not define knowingly and willfully in section 1294A. But Mr. Bennett has seen to it that these complaints won't even get to the commission, to 3 honest commissioners. He has seen to it that it won't even get there. And Supervisor Parks, you should have seen through this. Your name has a black mark on it. The history of Linda Park on this board has a black mark on it that can't be erased. Now, if you read section B, your previous commission or your previous interpretation only allowed for intentionally and negligently violations. Well, I have the freedom to file with the district attorney with no fees, Mr. Bennett. Criminal criminal. And man, this hawk, this eagle is going to be on you people. With criminal complaints to the DA, you left the Mack truck.
Thank you. Okay, Christine.
As we vote on this, just for the benefit of the record, our ordinance does call for the commission to approve any dismissals of complaints that are recommended by this.
Christine Cohen.
I again request that this be put over since item 48 did get a motion in the second. It probably doesn't serve a lot of good to hold this one over other than that it's not effective yet, and I'm hoping that in January we can come back, the other 7 electeds, with our comments to the campaign finance ordinance, which may make this item superfluous. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Okay. So we have number 50, probation agency. We should all be on probation for today, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, board members. Mrs. Robinson. This afternoon, I'm before you to ask that you approve and authorize the chair of the board to sign a resolution accepting the continuation of the Juvenile Accountability Block Grant for fiscal year 08-09. The money for the block grant goes towards the juvenile drug court and also for a truancy program for youth. During your budget hearings in May, June, you approved for us to apply and accept the money. However, the federal government needs a specific resolution, and that's why it's been brought back before you this morning, or this afternoon.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this forward as we do the work on this block grant yearly, and that there is always the involvement of a broad representation from the courts and behavioral health and PD and probation. And I think if reading the board letter, and this is one of those good news things, you read the board letter and you see the success, and a step-by-step success.
Right.
But it's important success when we're talking about youth who participated in this program, 50% fewer probation violations, 26% completing the juvenile drug court, and that was for 07-08. 07-08, 66% of the 1,500 who served in, under the Truancy Intervention Program signed an attendance contract. And it identifies the success of that program, over 61%, and unexcused absences dropping. I think these are good news stories that should be front page stories when it talks about the youth in our community and what we're trying to do.
Thank you. And if you remember a couple of weeks ago, we were here asking your approval of the SAMHSA grant, and we talked about those who were not successful in drug court now going to the recovery classroom. So we're just kind of expanding our continuum of care and alternatives for substance-involved youth. So thank you.
Just excellent work. Motion to
thank you.
Approve recommended action.
Second. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you, too. And we'll go to 52. That's continued. Nobody here from, oh, here we go. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, supervisors, and CEO Robinson. This is a board letter to ask that your board ratify, approve, and authorize the purchasing agent to exceed the maximum limit from $100,000 to $172,000 for to complete the jail suicide prevention project, which is funded by a COPS grant.
That's great. Huh?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You have to sit here that whole time for that.
And then correspondence? You ready? No?
Yeah, yes, both sexes, no less.
What?
We could shoot both
I know
sex
it.
deer now. How about that? I have a question for our clerk, our Lorena.
No.
On,
Muzzle loaders?
Mr. Chair, if I might, on
Yes,
item
ma'am.
56, just a question on, I understand the notification from the Board of Supervisors in LA. Was it necessary to print all of the attachments that came with it? And maybe that's a question for our county council.
No, there's not. We can actually say that there's an insert sheet as well,
Yeah.
and we'll do that in the future.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Thanks.
You wouldn't have as much paper to recycle. Okay, it looks like we have closed session now to go to, and then we have a 1:30 and a 2:30 to come back to. All right, so we'll adjourn to closed session, or go to closed session, not adjourn. Thank you. We'll come back to order and go to item number 35, or 1:30 time certain. Excuse our tardiness.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, if we could get the PowerPoint up there. The matter before you is a focused update to the Piru Area Plan. My name is Dennis Hawkins with the County Planning Division. This focused update to the Piru Area Plan consists of both public and private components. The private components were filed by John Ryder, Donald Jensen, and James Finch. I've been told to truncate my presentation to meet your time frame here, so I'm going to go through some of these slides kind of fast. The existing Piru community is highlighted in white here. The proposed expansion area is a 62-acre area that was exempted from the SOAR ordinance in 1998.
What 62-acre area?
The area highlighted in yellow, I'm sorry. During the processing of the general plan amendment, we were able to obtain a grant to hire a planning consultant to meet with the Piru community. They held a series of workshops known as a visioning charrette. This was the vision poster which resulted from trying to work with all of the different stakeholders out there to try to come up with a compromise that met as many people's needs as possible. This plan was a predecessor to the projects that are before you. Each of the applicants have amended their plans to try to pick up on some of the recommendations that the consultant came up with here. The public and private components are identified on this plan. The private components are components A, B, and C. And I'll talk about those first. The first private application was filed by John Ryder on a 5-acre parcel on the east side of Main Street. The surrounding land uses are illustrated on this slide. The site is essentially vacant. It has one single family and several trees that would be removed if the project is approved. The site plan indicates that he's proposing 49 dwelling units around a 1-acre park. Housing units include duplexes along Main Street and adjacent to the park. Whoa. Sorry. A triplex and a fourplex on the east side of the park, and a fiveplex on the and 4 fiveplex units on the extreme east end of the project. The second component was filed by Donald Jensen on a 16.5-acre parcel on the east side of Main Street, just north of Highway 126. This slide illustrates the surrounding land uses for this project. The site, like the Ryder site, is also vacant with one single-family home that would be removed if the project is approved. And the site plan indicates that the developer proposes 91 dwelling units and a small park, as well as a landscape buffer area adjacent to Highway 126 that would act as a stormwater detention and noise barrier. The applicant proposes a combination of triplexes, duplexes, and single-family dwelling units. This slide illustrates the area adjacent to Main Street, which would include the stormwater detention basin. The noise barrier consists of a landscape berm that would range from 6 to 14 feet in height and would be topped by a 6-foot-high masonry wall. This is necessary to protect the residents from noise from Highway 126, as well as to meet the county's outdoor noise standard. This project illustrates the applicant's concept of a enhanced Main Street corridor. It includes the Jensen property on the right side of Main Street and the Finch property to the left. on the west side and shows how they would work together to create a cohesive landscape plan for the Main Street corridor, which is the principal access to the Piru community. This slide shows the proposed park, which includes both active and passive recreation. It includes a bus turnout and these curved bulb outs at the intersection, which is a feature of both the Jensen and Finch projects, which are designed to reduce traffic speeds and to make it easier for pedestrians to get across the street to facilitate the walkability of these neighborhoods. The next slides show the residential units proposed by Mr. Jensen. Not sure why that thing's not moving. The third private consultant is filed by James Finch for a 32.4 acre parcel on the west side of Main Street. The slide illustrates the surrounding land uses. The site is utilized for agricultural production at the present time. Contains several existing farm worker storage buildings and farm worker residences that would be removed if the project is approved. The project proposes 175 units total and features a 4-acre sports park adjacent to the Piru packing plant. Adjacent to the park and adjacent to Main Street would be a number of duplexes and triplexes and one mixed-use site, which I'll mention in a minute. The center portion of the project is a single-family detached condominium development with a recreation area in the center, and single-family traditional on the south and west, as well as single-family detached larger lot development on the northwest portion of the property. The site plan also includes a landscaped area on the west side of the property, which acts as a agricultural buffer, because the surrounding area to the west will remain in agricultural uses. And there's a landscaped area on the southeast corner of the property, which would provide stormwater detention as well as entryway landscaping. There's also a series of connecting pathways around the project and an internal landscape paseo system that helps make this project a little bit more walkable. Let's closer up at the park. This is the agricultural buffer area and the stormwater detention basin and the internal private recreation area with the paseo system. This is the proposed mixed-use site. It would include 8,500 square feet of ground floor commercial and 6 condominium units on the top floor. The condominium units would take access on the west side of the project. All right. While the commercial would take access from the east side of the project in order to reduce the potential for incompatibility. We point out that a mixed-use development of this site is not permitted by the county ordinance code, and your packet includes an exhibit, I believe 7, a proposed amendment to the non-coastal zoning ordinance that would allow a mixed-use development of this sort to be permitted in the Community Business District Overlay Zone, which currently applies to downtown Piru and proposed to be applied to this site. The Piru Area Plan Update Committee wanted to encourage mixed-use development in the downtown area in order to promote vitality for that area and to also to provide landowners with some options. The residential uses proposed by Mr. Finch. The top panel is the single-family detached condominium units. The center panel is single-family traditional units, whereas the bottom panel shows the larger units that are proposed by Mr. Finch, some up to almost 4,000 square feet. In addition to the private components requested by the applicants, there are several public components. When your board approved the general plan amendment screening for the private components, you directed staff to prepare a cohesive plan for the entire 62-acre Piru expansion area. private projects take up 54 acres of the 62 acres. The remaining 8 acres is Component D. None of the landowners within Component D have requested development at this time. The land uses include a small metering station owned by the gas company, 3 single-family homes, an existing water well, and an agricultural orchard. The existing residential uses and the existing non-residential uses within Component D. And this is our version of what a cohesive plan for the 62-acre area would look like. Without going into detail, the plan would accommodate the 3 privately requested applicants' plans. For Component D, the gas metering station would be designated community facility, which calls for public and quasi-public land uses. The 3 dwelling units on the west side would be designated as Main Street Promenade, which calls for very large lots that could be developed with single-family or duplex units. The Reisman Water Company water well site would be designated commercial to be consistent with the adjacent commercial properties. And the Thompson property would be designated as Main Street Promenade adjacent to Pacific Avenue, but the interior portion of the project would be designated for large lot single-family residential development and a small pocket park. Component E consists of the Heritage Valley Inn property, about half-acre site that contains a existing hotel and restaurant. Surrounding land uses are primarily residential, but it is an extension of the commercial area, which is located to the east of the project. The site, as I said, is developed with a hotel. The zoning of the site is currently commercial with community business district overlay assigned to it, but the Piru area plan designation is hotel, which is extremely limiting. It only allows hotels, motels, and boarding houses. The Piru area plan update committee wanted to give the applicant a little bit more flexibility by designating this as commercial, which would allow a variety of retail, commercial, service uses, offices, and of course a hotel and restaurant. The last component is essentially a housekeeping component. The areas designated as Component F are currently designated as existing community by the County General Plan. The definition for existing community says that these properties have urban uses on them, but they're not attached to an urban center. If the Piru expansion area is approved for urban land uses, then these Component F parcels would become part of the larger Piru urban center and would no longer be appropriate to have them designated as existing community. So our recommendation is this area would be redesignated to urban if the area plan amendment is approved. It should be noted that this has no effect on the landowners. The zoning would not change. The land use regulations would not change. As summary, the general plan would change from agricultural to urban for the Piru expansion area, and for the Component F areas would change from existing community to urban. The Piru area plan would change from hotel to commercial for the Heritage Valley Inn site, and the Piru expansion area would change to a variety of land use designations consistent with what's being proposed by the 3 applicants. And finally, the zoning would change within the Piru expansion area from agricultural exclusive to residential plan development 10 units to the acre for the John Ryder site, and residential plan development 6 units to the acre for the balance of the Piru expansion area, with 2 exceptions. The Reisman Water Company site would change to commercial to be consistent with the adjacent properties, and the Finch mixed-use site would change to commercial plan development with a community business district overlay to accommodate the proposed mixed-use development. To truncate the conversation, there are a number of benefits and adverse consequences associated with this project. The benefits total more than $2 million worth of improvements to the community. The adverse consequences include primarily the loss of prime agricultural land for the Piru community, including the 62-acre expansion area, construction noise during the project development phase, visual impacts as a result of the sound barrier planned for adjacent to Highway 126, and community character impacts associated with the loss of the rural agricultural entryway to the Piru community, which will be replaced by a more urban type corridor. The Planning Commission found that the benefits of the project outweighed the adverse consequences and recommend that your board certify the environmental document, adopt the CEQA findings, mitigation measures, statement of overriding considerations, and mitigation monitoring program, and that you make the findings set forth in the staff report. And they recommend that you approve the general plan amendments, the zone changes, the zone ordinance text amendment, tentative track maps, and residential plan development permits, as well as the mixed-use development permit that is before you. The Planning Commission also made two rather unique recommendations. The first has to do with the law enforcement effort. The EIR found that the recommendation is that your board should commit to funding a full-time equivalent sheriff's officer dedicated to the Piru community. Funding would commence after the 200th dwelling unit is completed. And alternatively, if your commission or your board finds that measure to be infeasible, then their backup plan is that you should authorize the creation of a Mello-Roos Community Facilities District to fund enhanced law enforcement services for the community. As your board knows, law enforcement services in Piru are provided by the sheriff. The sheriff has adopted a level of service standard of one patrol officer for every 1,207 persons. This project is large enough that it, combined with other planned development in Piru, would exceed that standard. Therefore, the Sheriff's Department has recommended that a full-time equivalent sheriff's officer be provided. The cost of such an officer is estimated at the present time to be $189,000 a year. The Planning Commission, the project itself will generate property taxes and sales taxes in the amount of approximately $1.4 million a year. And so the Planning Commission was able to make the determination that the enhanced sheriff services should be paid for out of these new revenues that would come to the county. However, as your board knows, property tax and sales tax go to the county general plan, which must go to provide a number of county-wide services. General fund, what did I say? Oh, well, I wish it went. Sorry. Can we make that a resolution? At any rate, it goes to the county general fund, which has to provide all sorts of county services. Based on recent county budgets, approximately just under 7% of the general fund revenues go to the Sheriff's Department Police Services Unit. If that percentage is applied to the new revenue generated by this project, it's estimated that there would be enough funds to generate half of a full-time officer. However, that leaves the Sheriff's Department in with a shortfall of approximately $95,000 a year. If that should occur, then the EIR found that there'd be a significant adverse effect unless your board either agreed to finance the other half of the officer or authorize the formation of a Mello-Roos district to fund these services. The cost of a Mello-Roos district, if your board directs that to occur, would be about $230 a year per each new residence being proposed. Your board has, in the past, not been very excited about approving Mello-Roos districts, and one of the reasons for that is because Mello-Roos the county's name goes on the Melrose bond. If the bond should fail, the county is not financially liable to pay the bond, but the county's revenue bond credit rating would go down, and that could cost the county money whenever the county needs to borrow money in the future. The applicants have indicated that they oppose the use of Melrose. They indicate that the $230 a year tax would affect the marketability of the proposed projects. They believe that it's unfair that these new homeowners would pay for a service that would be of general benefit to the entire Piru community. And they indicate that the Sheriff's Department is already well funded and that they get $23.2 million a year from Proposition 172 funds, which go to the Sheriff's Department Police Services Unit. However, these are statewide funds that aren't generated by Piru residents in particular, and the reallocation of funds, these funds are allocated countywide to benefit the county, and the reallocation would then require some other community to suffer a shortage of law enforcement effort. Mr. Tim Hagel or Captain Tim Hagel from the County Sheriff's Department is here. If there are other questions about this particular topic. The second topic that requires a little bit of explanation is the parks funding issue. The Piru Area Plan, EIR, identified a significant cumulative effect associated with the lack of adequate funding for local parks, which has the effect of discouraging the development of public parks in Ventura County unincorporated areas. The EIR recommended that your board direct the County Parks Department to evaluate funding for local community parks and to return to the board with suggestions for funding mechanisms that might provide for adequate long-term maintenance of parks in Ventura County. The county currently has a Quimby ordinance which was adopted in 1978. This is intended to provide residential subdividers, to require residential subdividers to either provide a park on site or to contribute their fair share to the cost of a park. The Parks Department takes the Quimby funds that are collected and places them in an interest-bearing account, and at least in theory could build new parks or buy parkland to increase the parkland inventory. However, in practice, it doesn't happen. The reasons for that are several, but in part, the Quimby funds are limited. You have to spend the money in proximity to the area where the funds were collected. You have to spend them within 5 years, or the money has to be refunded to the current owners of the land. Therefore, unless development is occurring very rapidly, there's no opportunity to build new parks because there won't be enough money for parklands. As a result, the Parks Department generally takes the Quimby funds and uses them to enhance existing parks, but the net result is no new parkland. Additionally, the cost of land is increasing at a faster pace than the interest rate that the county gets on its Quimby fees, substantially, so that if the county holds money for 5 years, the value of the land may have escalated so much that it would be out of reach for purchase by the county. Secondly, even if the county had enough money generated from Quimby or other sources, it's unlikely that the Parks Department would in fact buy new parkland and develop them. And the reasons for that is there's simply not enough money to maintain the existing parks, much less new parks. Quimby funds cannot be used for park operation and maintenance. None of the local parks or community centers is generating sufficient revenue to be self-sufficient. The Parks Enterprise Fund is not sufficiently robust to maintain the existing parks, much less add new parks. And as a result, the county has to subsidize the County Parks Department currently to the tune of $190,000 per year. This is down from $300,000 per year only 10 years ago. So they're struggling, like many county agencies, to do more with less. And one final thing is the board has adopted a policy limitation that directs the Parks Department not to develop any new parks unless they're fully revenue offset. the combination has resulted in the lack of new parkland for unincorporated communities. The Parks Department is now currently in the process of divesting itself of parkland acreage, including Camarillo Regional Park at this point. At the present time, the Parks Department indicates that they have 5,771 acres of parkland, but almost all of that is regional parkland, which does not meet the needs for local parks. We have 22.4 acres of neighborhood parks and community parks, which when you measure it against the existing unincorporated county population, we have 0.22 acres of parkland for every 1,000 population, whereas the standard that your board has adopted and as part of the county general plan and the initial study threshold standards is 5 acres per 1,000. So we're not even close to the standard that we say that we're trying to achieve. And as each new subdivision is approved, the ratio of park acreage to population continues to decline. If the recommendation of the Planning Commission is approved, it's hoped that the Parks Department would come back to you with alternatives that your board could consider to change the situation a little bit. They may be able to find ways to enhance the enterprise fund, adopt new or increased park use fees, rather. They may be able to suggest creating one or more benefit assessment districts, or creation of a new park and recreation district for the western portion of Ventura County, reorganization of the park function, or simply maintain the status quo. Bringing it back to Piru, the Piru Area Plan Update Committee found that recent projects in Piru should have resulted in 2.5 acres of new parkland, but instead the Parks Department indicates that these projects only generated about $46,000 in Quimby fees, which was insufficient to buy new parkland, and those monies are being used now to improve existing Waring Park. Again, no new parkland for Piru. When the Piru Area Plan Update Committee reviewed these projects, they said the one thing that they insisted on is that the new project should generate actual parkland and not theoretical parkland. To achieve this, the applicants have agreed to provide the parkland, improve the parks, but the parks would be owned and operated by the homeowners associations. This is a workaround that only works because these projects are a sufficient size to accommodate a homeowners association capable of maintaining these parks. Most subdivisions are much smaller than these. And the last issue here is that Piru has an orphan park, the Piru Town Square Park. It's hoped that this recommendation would provide a home for this park once the redevelopment agency sunsets in I believe 7 years from now. Mr. Ron Van Dyke is also in the audience, and he can answer any further questions regarding this issue. The one last item that we have is I passed out a corrected board resolution. There was an inconsistency between what the board letter said, recommendation number 11 was, or recommendation number 10 rather, was versus what the resolution said. So this corrects that inconsistency. We have received no correspondence since the Planning Commission on this item, and this concludes the staff representation, unless your board has questions at this time.
Thank you. I think our CEO may have a question.
Yeah, I'm looking at this ordinance that you just passed out.
Resolution?
Excuse me, the one that was just passed out, the resolution, excuse me. The resolution, and item 10 on it. I'm not sure I see the difference between that and what's in the book.
The difference is in the third line, where it says that this would not, that the funding of the sheriff's services would not occur until the 200th dwelling unit has been completed.
I don't have that. What does it say?
This piece right here. Did you get that? Did you give him a copy? Here comes a copy.
Are there any other questions?
Okay. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Just,
Supervisor?
and not to take too long on this, Dennis, but I know there's just been a lifetime of work on this for many of us. We started this long road when Mr. Ryder's application came forward, which was in 2001.
2001, correct.
So since 2001, we've been moving through the process, and we've had a PIRU Area Plan Advisory Committee, we've had a charrette process, and we've had public meetings, and we've moved forward now to where we are today with the Planning Commission and this meeting. Does that capture most of it?
That is correct.
Probably doesn't capture.
Thumbnail of the last several years of my life.
Doesn't capture all of it. Doesn't capture all of it. It just says that's the long road we've been on. So thank you, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have one question? It's nice to see the coordination of the different property owners into one, residential plan development for the most part. Who will own the streets? Is it a private, and who will own the park? Is it the HOA? What's public, what's private in this?
The parks would be private. The streets in the Ryder project would be private. The streets in the Jensen and Finch project, I believe, would be public, with the exception of the alleys, which would be private and maintained by the homeowners association.
And the Quimby fees that are going to be brought from these, will those go to the private parks?
No, there will be no Quimby fees collected from this subdivision because they are providing in lieu parks.
Oh.
They are meeting that requirement of Quimby that says we'll provide parks on site.
Even if they're private?
Even if they're private.
I didn't know you could do that. Thank you. And I am kind of curious about the, I haven't seen before a sheriff requirement become a significant impact unless you mitigate it. When I look at how many officers we have in the unincorporated county, if we're meeting that 1 per 1,200, and I heard 1 per 1,000 in other areas, if we're meeting that goal, if we're not meeting that goal anywhere, I'd like to know and why we would be having this unusual condition in this one.
The reason why it's unusual is this is an unusually large project. Most subdivisions are much smaller. As to whether or not the Sheriff's Department is meeting that goal elsewhere in the county, I would defer to their expertise for that.
Thank you.
So let's ask the question. Captain Hagel. And Supervisor Parks, thank you for raising that, because I have the same questions. When first we have a budget that says 7% of the sheriff's budget goes into police services, which are those unincorporated police services.
Correct.
They're not the contract cities, it's the unincorporated police services. 12% of the county population's in the unincorporated area. If you just say, okay, that's about 98,000 people live in the unincorporated area, and you've got this ratio of one officer per 1,200.
1,270.
How many officers do we have in working police services in the unincorporated area?
In that unincorporated area, we have 4 field officers providing service for 8,000 people. Now, that's 4 field officers. Then you have your overhead that brings that number down from 1 per 2,000. So that would set a base of 1 per 2,000 for your residents. But that is reduced overall from everything, including my time as an officer, brings that number down to a sergeant covering supervisory. So that number from 1 to 2,000 base really starts coming down dramatically towards 1,500, right around there, somewhere between 1,375 and 1,500 per officer in that unincorporated area right now.
Okay, and you may not have the answer to this. In all of the county unincorporated area, how many officers do we have working?
That one I don't have.
The chief deputy?
The chief deputy had to leave.
Commander Lee?
Nobody wants.
I don't have those numbers. I have it down pat for PIRU for that community.
Yes, you do.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
No, go ahead. That's fine. Okay, we have some speakers. Let's see if there are questions real quick. We call Tim Cohen first.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tim Cohen. And I, too, would like to thank the planning staff for the past 6 years of my life and 1,031-page staff report. Unfortunately, a couple trees had to go for that one. I've had the unique opportunity of being on both sides of the proposed developments within Piru. One as a stakeholder on the Piru Area Plan Committee, and eventually as one of the applicants. The first proposal brought to the committee by another developer was unacceptable to almost everyone in the community, with a proposed density of nearly 10 units an acre. I am proud to be associated with our plan, which is the Jensen plan, that is under 5.5 units per acre. As you know, the SOAR ordinance adopted by the voters of Ventura County exempted this land, quote, to address the special needs of the community. I can only assume the voters recognize that Piru needs change. I provided two handouts. The first one is, according to the 2000 U.S. Census, Piru has over 27% of its population living below the poverty line. The U.S. average is 12.4. Piru needs diversity within its housing stock and its residents. Piru has not fielded a Little League team in 3 years, and in March of this year, the Boys and Girls Club packed up and left Piru due to a stated lack of participants. We need to change this. Our downtown business district, which also is a photo, has over 50% of its stores not only closed, but boarded up. We need new residents to encourage business owners to open these buildings. Although these comments paint a rather bleak picture, Piru also has its strengths. Families that have lived there for generations, Piruvians are very proud and resilient, and I have found personally very welcoming. In regard to the staff report, I do take issue with the request to form a CFD for law enforcement. Piru does not have a city police force. The monies collected by the proposed CFD have no mechanism of staying in Piru. I hope Tim Hagel is still here. I just wanted to let you know he's doing an awesome job out there. So not part of the project, but he's doing great. It is unfair to burden the new homeowners. The new HOA formed by this development will not only provide parks for Piru, but will also maintain them for Piru. And although they are private, they're open to the public, so all of Piru can enjoy those parks. To add these costs will eventually make these homes less affordable, and they are designated in a moderate and low affordability target. So again, proportionately, it would be very expensive. I appreciate your time, and any questions, I'll be here throughout the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Numis?
I'm Mike Namas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Everybody else slaughters it too. I am a Piru resident and was a member of the Piru Area Update Committee. Since then, I've followed the development of these projects. In the beginning, members of the Update Committee were concerned about the size, architecture, density, school impact, low-income requirements, recreational facilities, and the effects on the character of the community by the proposed projects. As the projects developed, everyone compromised. We did not get the 6,000 square foot and quarter-acre lots, but we did influence the architecture, both for the homes and the roadway along Main Street and Highway 126. Each developer reduced the size of the project and added park areas, which are a big concern to the community. In an attempt to find out if the community does support these projects, I placed conceptual drawings and proposed site maps in several local businesses with a sign-up sheet in August and September. 58 residents supported the development as proposed. This shows a strong support for the project because 58 residents are more than 6% of our adult population. The requirements that these projects must pay for police protection is troubling. Does the police protection they will pay for only serve them? Are the other potential projects in Piru also going to be required to pay? This requirement is unequal and unfair. Historically, as towns developed in this country, the first public service we asked for was police protection. These services are not a right of community members, but they are a burden because they pay for these things equally through our income taxes,
sales taxes, and property taxes. This is a right that people have. It is not a privilege. The use of a Mello-Roos is a backdoor way of increasing taxes without voter approval. If you support the additional tax that these new homeowners must pay, you are telling them that they are not equal to the rest of the people in Piru, or for that matter, in the entire county. This inequality will drive a wedge between them and the existing community. I am concerned that these new residents need to be assimilated into the community. If the rate of increase of new residents is too swift, fees are charged for police protection, and the HOAs is not incorporated into the neighborhood council, we will have two Pirus. Or worse, we will lose our community's unique identity. Generally, I think that the development process was successful because everyone gave up something to get what was most important to them. I support these projects, as do many of my neighbors. My only regret is that energy efficiency, internet services, and solar energy were not more strongly emphasized in the development process. These three areas will become more important in the future, and I hope that the board will put more emphasis on them in future developments. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Janet Bergamo?
We've met before, but for the record, I am Janet Bergamo. I've been a resident of Piru at 3838 Camullos Street, that's the old Camullos Street, since 1973. I think that everyone here realizes just how much work has gone into this project by so many people. I think it's actually 7 years at this point. I would agree with Mr. Namas that there have been some wonderful compromises in terms of how the development goes. I think I know as many people who are opposed to it outright as Mr. Namas knows who are for it. So in other words, we're mixed on this. And I think the mixture in part is due to the fact that it's very difficult to decide how do you balance $2 million worth of improvements to a community to a complete alteration of the community's character. And I don't know how you balance that. I think there's no question that some housing is needed. I think there's no question that change is needed. Are we going about it the best way? Hard to say. These are some concerns I'd like to mention. For the record, pages 2 and 3 of the board letter recommend a commitment to a full-time deputy sheriff upon certification of the 200th dwelling unit in the above-mentioned projects. As usual, these projects are considered separately from the rest of the community. I think that Piru would benefit sooner if the certification of the 200th dwelling unit anywhere in Piru were the standard, although that would make funding more complicated because we already have a problem. Page 24 of the Ventura County Planning Commission staff report and recommendations suggest that the recordation of tract maps be predicated on the commencement of expansion of the wastewater treatment facility. Has it been determined, I'm really curious, I don't have a figure and maybe Mr. Smith has got that for me. Has it been determined how much capacity will be added, and has the probable growth-inducing effect been analyzed? Okay, thank you. Also, on page 24 of the same document, it has been noted that we did have a community resource officer. We had a sheriff's storefront. The three developments being discussed generate the need for a 91% of an officer. And we had an officer or part of an officer before then, so exactly how much officer we need and how much the project is generating, it's a little hard to track, and I know the funding is also an issue. I'm concerned that Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation, which has two projects which would add about 80 dwelling units, are not factored in. And again, the funding source hasn't been identified. This gets complicated, but I'm concerned again that we're not looking at the whole picture. If the sheriff can't afford it and the board is opposed to Mello-Roos, and I agree with the idea of double taxation, it's been a problem of mine all along, what is the likelihood that these projects could be built without any guaranteed funding for an officer? Could that happen? Or is it possible that the Piru community as a whole will be taxed to fund the officer that these projects will require? On page 26 of the same document, this is the staff report and recommendation from the Planning Commission. The partial mitigation of a half-time patrolman is obviously insufficient and a poor solution. A foot patrol officer on weekend evenings won't do much for our daytime break-ins and the round-the-clock tagging. Let's see, Exhibit 20 responds to my concerns about environmental justice. Any procedural inequity has been dismissed. Bullet point 2 concerning meeting times that still apply. Page 2 of this document correctly notes that Pyruvians have never requested the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors to meet outside the regular workday. How were we to divine that this was even a possibility? Has it ever even happened? Again, concerning procedural inequities, this is my question. How is it that Piru wound up with the only significant amount of land exempted from SOAR? I'm not sure whose procedure that was, but it's interesting that when there's a need for housing in the county, there is no place else to put it. We do need housing, but do we need it all? 68% population increase? Whoa. Okay, on page 3 of Exhibit 20 regarding law enforcement, it states unequivocally that the proposals if the proposals are built, we Pyruvians will have a full-time sheriff. We await with interest and some trepidation the resolution of the funding issue. And here is a question. Are El Rio, Satacoy, and Ventura Avenue adequately served now, or is it possible that the means by which service is calculated could use some adjustment? Exhibit 13, CEQA findings. The improved gateway is not a concept that everyone in Piru embraces. Some of us still like that quiet, rural, agricultural feeling you get when you drive north on Main Street. In the same exhibit, page 897, it is made very clear that there is no assurance that transit providers will, in fact, provide increased services. And, of course, we knew that. So, in the meantime, perhaps the bus turnouts will make nice parking places. Finally, in case you wonder why there isn't a crowd here, the statement of overriding concerns says it all. The benefits of the project outweigh the significant adverse environmental effects. Because the projects benefit the county, you need to build houses.
We're 30 seconds over.
So. Okay. So that being said, you'll build it. We wish you best of luck, and I'd like to thank everyone and wish them happy holidays. I know there's been a lot of work involved.
Thank you very much.
Are you in favor of the project, or ma'am, are you in favor of the project or opposed to it?
Are you asking me as a person, or are you asking me as what I think my community thinks? I think the community's feeling is mixed.
Right.
And I don't think that it's appropriate for me to endorse or reject.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Jim Finch? So what was that all about?
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jim Finch. My family has farmed in Piru for over 55 years. We will continue to farm next door to this project that is proposed. One of the things that I think everybody needs to realize is that for the last century, agriculture has seen intensification, and Piru is going through that very thing these days. The orange groves are for the most part gone in Piru and have been replaced heavily by vegetable crops and nursery crops. An orange grove took about one person per 45 acres, including the harvesting and the packing. A lemon grove may be slightly less, maybe it's 1 per 38 acres. Some of the new nurseries that are out there, they have over 1 employee full-time per acre. So you have a great intent, and vegetables range, 1 to maybe 1 per 10 acres. But I think you've had a great change in the needed labor force in and around the area. And that's what got Piru growing, was the need for agricultural labor and agricultural housing. Mr. Cook's vision of utopia was there. I joined this process when the parcel across the street that somebody referred to started. And this isn't my business in the least bit. It is farming, and I farm throughout Ventura County. But I've learned a lot over this, and I think this project has gone from something that probably wasn't the greatest to something that I, like Tim, am proud to say I took part in. It has a mix of housing types, some that were referred to as condos, and that's what you'd refer to them today, but what they were going for came out of the charrette was the cottage unit, the small kind of starter homes. One of them's a 2-bedroom thing. It's your typical starter, but in this day and age it's referred to as a condo, even though it stands alone. The concern about the growth and the huge change that Piru will see. Unfortunately, when numbers are small, any addition is a huge change. But this process started, as it was said, 7 years ago, and I can almost guarantee that nothing will be done for the next 4 or 5. And then when you have phasing in, you're talking about 15 plus years, and it really gets down to, you know, a 2 to 4% type of thing. The mellow roofs. What Dennis relayed was accurate. I might not have put it that way. I was a little concerned about having the sheriff sitting behind me as he said that. I don't think that the double, where one person pays extra for it and the other person gets the same thing, I don't think that's fair. And these are, for the most part, going to be extremely affordable units. And $240 may not sound like that much to some people, but to others in some of these units, it's considerable. It's one car payment. It's, you know, it's braces, or it's the dental work that time. And I do think that we are going to take care of the parks through the homeowners association. That's going to be a substantial thing. I think it's interesting, you know, how affordable housing and homeowners, it's got to be managed properly. And with that, I thank you. The staff has done a lot of work, and I've learned a lot from going through it with them. But with that, thank you, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks, Mr. Finch. Appreciate that. John Ryder?
Good afternoon, Chairman Foy and Board of Supervisors. My name is John Ryder, and I'm the applicant for Component A before you today for consideration. I'm a lifelong county resident and last appeared before the board approximately 30 years ago, and Supervisor Laubacher at that time was the chair. So I go back a long time, and it's a privilege to be here today to speak to you. I've been working on this project for over 8 years. I'd like to just invest a few moments of your time to review what is a long history for my project and hopefully help you to better understand my proposal. In 2001, I processed a general plan amendment screening through the planning department requesting a zone change from agricultural to residential, which would allow for between 10 and 15 residential units per acre on my 5-acre site at 290 Main Street. My request for a general plan amendment was approved by the board in 2001 in July. This approval allowed me to move forward in the entitlement process, where I've been working diligently for 8 years. Over the course of the next year, I worked with my project architect, Michael Faulkner, community of Piru, the neighborhood council, and then President Stephanie Acosta, in an effort to bring a quality residential neighborhood to the community of Piru. I appeared before the neighborhood council and conducted workshops, which the community attended, in an effort to meet the residential needs of the citizens. What evolved at that time was a 60-unit residential townhouse development. At that time, my project was the only project being considered or proposed in the community of Piru, and therefore I was considered a standalone project. However, in late 2002, I was informed by the planning department that another general plan amendment for a larger project would be forthcoming, and I would no longer be able to move forward as a standalone project, but that I would have to join forces in a sense and move forward as part of a larger project. And then in July 2004, a third general plan amendment request was received by the county, and at this time the board directed that all processing for all entitlements be done concurrently by the applicants, which is the result of today components A, B, and C. Between 2004 and 2006, countless meetings were conducted, which included participation by the County of Ventura, the applicants, the Piru Area Update Committee, and the community of Piru. The charrette process was a very valuable tool and was well received by the community of Piru and would lay the foundation for the Piru Area Plan update and be, in fact, the blueprint, I believe, for development in Piru. Once the charrette process was complete and finalized in 2006, it would still require an additional 2 years plus of processing to bring us here to this chambers today. I'd like to pause just with this thought, that this 8-year process has been all-encompassing, it's been complete, thorough, totally vetted. It was not rushed, decisions were not made in haste, and considerable thought and planning have gone into this. It included citizen input and involvement, and is now called the Piru Area Plan Update. I'd like to now briefly turn my attention to the merits of my individual project and why I believe the proposal that I have is good for the citizens of Piru, community of Piru, and the county of Ventura. As staff has pointed out, my 5-acre site lies within the 62-acre boundary of the Piru expansion area, which is outlined as exempt from SOAR. My project is the only project that is totally within the redevelopment agency boundaries for Piru, which was created by the board in 1995. My project clearly fits the definition of an infill project. I'm contiguous on 2 sides by existing residential developments, Citrus View and Habitat for Humanity, and within 400 feet of an existing apartment project. And my project does comply with all the requirements of the Piru Area Plan Update. My project will bring attractive, quality, and affordable housing to the community of Piru, offering diversity in product types and style, and the opportunity for home ownership. All of these are essential elements in creating a well-balanced and planned residential community. My proposal in 2002 was for a 60-unit townhouse project. I have since redesigned my project, reducing it to 49 units, and then adding a 1.1-acre park, which is more recreational park than was required. And this will afford both homeowners and the community of Piru much-needed recreational areas. And I'd like to emphasize again to Supervisor Parks that the parks are for the community and the residents of the development, but they'll be maintained totally by the homeowners association.
We need to have you sum up as quick as you can.
Yes, sir. The maintenance and integrity of my project is insured by a homeowners association and monthly homeowners dues. And speaking, however, for my project, the high development costs and the relatively small size, only 49 units, viability has become a formidable challenge for me. So while I'm willing to pay my fair share of development costs, I'm unable to in any significant way redesign my project a third time. It just simply is cost prohibitive. And after 8 years of hard work and effort, on behalf of planning and staff, and all those that have taken part, I'm respectfully requesting the board take action to approve the project today. My architect, Michael Falconer, is here should you have any questions. And again, it's been my honor to appear before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, that was our last speaker. I do have one question if I could ask, and maybe from Deputy Hagel or Commander Wade or something on this. And it's just the sheriff's responsibility, I would believe, is to protect the citizens in the unincorporated areas, and when he contracts with cities, that's the responsibility of the sheriff's department. And I would imagine, based on this, they grow a little bit every year. Every city, the unincorporated areas, it's all growing. You find ways to find patrols and all the people you need to protect the people, don't you?
Yes, and I actually have the numbers from the question earlier today.
Okay.
Depending upon the area that we're looking at, we have a population for patrols, sworn officers in the field in the county area, anywhere from 718 up to a maximum of 1,300 per population, depending upon the areas served. I believe the specific question that was asked earlier was about the El Rio Santa Croix area, and in that area we have 1 officer for every 887 populations served. So depending upon the calls for service, the lay of the land, it would vary.
Right.
But 1,200 is the maximum that we feel would be safe to serve with 1 officer in a particular area.
Right. So if this project goes through and it slowly grows and things, you'll just bring officers as you need them, most likely, right?
In this particular area, we're looking for a 40-hour officer that would serve the community during the high peak hours.
Okay. But I guess what I'm trying to ask, if this project's approved, nothing's built and done, and all of a sudden residents just don't show up. That's a process that happens over time, correctly? Or are you just saying that this proposal is, if it's approved, we're looking for a sheriff deputy right now?
No, we're looking for when the project is complete and we have the population that would need the officer there to staff an additional 40-hour officer in that community.
Right, when it's totally complete,
When it's complete.
built out and everything else?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that gives me understanding. Any more questions for her?
Okay, I'm trying to quickly figure out what you just said in the unincorporated areas of the county, not just El Rio, all the unincorporated, all that means the Ojai Valley, the patrol services. How many folks are on the street? How many patrol officers work in the unincorporated area?
That number I would have to I'd have to analyze. We actually had a staff study done that told us, depending upon the county area, how many officers we had in the field for that particular area.
So the range was somewhere from 700 to the 7 whatever.
Yeah, Lockwood would be obviously our smallest area because there's 436 residents and we have 2 officers because that's a safety.
Right.
But on average, we have anywhere from 718, which is in the Fillmore area, up to 1,300 in the east end of our county.
That's population figures you're putting.
That's one officer to population.
I just want the public to be clear on that. So.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, any other questions for her while she's here? No.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, appreciate you getting that information. All right, any other comments, anything else? Supervisor?
I have one question before comments start. Anybody on staff, is there anything in writing that guarantees the parks will be open to the public even though they're going to be privately maintained?
There's a condition to that effect prior to the recordation of the map. And all 3 applicants, they would have to essentially grant an easement for non-exclusive public right of access and use of that facility.
Also, it's part of the RPD permit conditions that are subject to ongoing enforcement.
Say that again.
It's also a condition to the RPD permit, unlike a tentative track map condition, which is usually satisfied in the maps recorded, and that's kind of the end of it. It's an RPD permit condition can be enforced throughout.
What's an RPD permit?
These developments, you can give the specifics of it, Dennis.
RPD?
RPD means Residential Plan Development Permit.
Okay, good.
All right, thanks.
But anyway, I was just saying there is an ongoing way of enforcing that condition. It's also a part of the CEQA mitigation monitoring program.
Thank you.
But going on with his question, do we have a level of maintenance or that these parks have to be maintained at since they are private and they're not done by the county?
Yes, and that would be through the conditions of the RPD permit. We have those conditions in there. And they have to have, basically, at this level, the plan has to be developed, and we have to basically approve the plans prior to the recordation of the map for the ongoing maintenance and level of service that we would expect.
It's required in the CCNRs as well.
Ideally, it would be nice if the homeowner association didn't have to take charge of parks. In the ideal situation, it should be something that government should be doing because governments provide parks and libraries and things like that. I'm sure this is based on the fact that there isn't the financials to do that at this point. What I'm wondering, though, even when a developer is charged with maintaining a berm until they can finish grading, they have a bond sometimes put forward. So is there a bond out there in case the HOA decides that it's not a priority or they go broke, or is there something that will keep it from becoming, a nuisance essentially and not kept up?
You're talking about the public landscape area?
I'm talking about the parks specifically. Is there something that if the HOA can't do it, that it won't become a nuisance?
Or is that part of what you're going to go through in your plan?
Well, it's an excellent question. It's the what-if scenario, and in the approval of the final plans prior to recordation, those sorts of details are usually worked out. typically, it becomes an encumbrance of all the property owners together. And so, like with any, that may become, if they were somehow to a mind that they just simply refuse to do it, which is highly unlikely because then it would adversely affect their own property values. But if they were to do it, then the county could basically come back and probably force an encumbrance on those property owners through an augmentation, but we'd probably have to go to court to do that.
And it isn't a particularly rare occasion when that happens. I mean, it does happen. It's not really unusual. I think it can happen. I think we have something out in Dos Vientos even, I think a flood control channel or that they were supposed to maintain and they are not. So just whenever you're taking something that's sort of a public use and requiring private payment for it, you have these potentials. They can go belly up or they can choose not to do it, and then it leaves us in a sticky situation of how do you enforce that?
Well, we can get the property back.
We can get the property back, and then what? We become the park maintenance group, which is probably what,
Well, if we get the property back, then we take on then the liability requirements for maintenance and operation.
Right.
So that's what we want to prevent. I think your points are very well taken, and in anticipation, we will certainly make note of that as to the final approval prior to recordation.
Okay. Well, to me, I look at that as it looks like a good project. You've done some great stuff. There's no question. I'm thinking back. There was a comment made that some of the people would like to keep the character. In my office in Simi, we have all the historic pictures of how Simi Valley and Moore Park looked, and every town that does that grows and changes, and it does. And I don't think anybody in Simi or Moore Park would like to go back to what it was, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. I can't say everybody. Some people probably would like that, but it does add an awful lot of value, I think, to what's going on in Piru. So it looks like there's an opportunity to do some nice things. It's great to see the parks, and I understand why there's concern about parks. I mean, that is something that in that community is going to be nice. I know we talked about a skateboard park that's going to be there too, and there's some more growth of what's going on out there. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make some comments if I could.
Sure.
Cover a few things. One, thank you all for being here to speak to this. And I agree with the speaker that said there are mixed opinions in Piru. And that is true across the board on almost everything. And that's healthy and that's good and that's Piru. Did we have another speaker card? I'm sorry, Stephanie did. Stephanie wanted to speak. Maybe we should have Stephanie speak before we wrap up. Were you going to take that card?
We just closed the announcement.
Sorry, Steph. Okay, so, and as you heard the history on this and how it's finally come to us, that there were numerous public meetings, presentations, Piru Neighborhood Council on pieces of and on the totality of what is before us today. There was a charrette process. Good, bad, or indifference, we gave it our best to try to get the Peruvian community engaged in what they wanted, and I think out of it we did get some very good redesigns and a look at designs and downsizing of some of the proposals. So I think what is before us today is really a result of a lot of engagement and public input and history with process in Piru. I think the community is very concerned about getting improvements for their community for what is an impact. And when you do have a community of this size and you're going to bring in this new housing, it does give you a large percentage that can be threatening to a change of life. But with these proposals and this area plan, we get cold cash of improvements. I mean, cold cash to the library, a park, transportation mitigation funds that will bring additional bus service as demand is triggered from the new residents who will be living in this community. hopefully with that, we'll get a revitalization of downtown, which is sorely needed to bring some businesses into downtown that will be there, that are community-oriented businesses to provide services that the community wants and to provide sales tax revenues that will help with the need for the sheriff's services. I think the parks issue is a legitimate one, and I support the issue of having our Parks Department take a look at the Quimby fee. It has not been addressed since 1978, and that's for all of us, what's left with our parks in this county. And I wanted to touch on a couple other things. The issue related to the Piru wastewater treatment facility. There have been meetings again in Piru regarding that. We have to comply with state water. You know this project, the board's already acted on components of this. The issue related to, we had a project out for bid, it came in too high, we went back out, we're at a design build now, and it will be built phased on the development as it comes forward, paying its own way into the cost of that Piru waste facility. It is not, so the development will share in the cost of that wastewater treatment facility, their due share. And the other thing I wanted to touch on is I already touched about the bus service in the Santa Clara Valley has actually improved over the years and will continue to improve as people use the buses. I worked hard a few years ago, and we were successful in getting weekend service in the Santa Clara Valley, and that is available. And additional rider services will be made available as demands are requested for those services. And I think that's very important because Piru is in between that Fillmore and that behemoth on the other side of the county line that's going to be job generating, frankly, and that's the Santa Clarita growth that's going on. So bus service is very important to add. And the other thing I would say, the information Mr. Cohen provided as to the poverty level in Piru, you know the statistics. It is a very, very low-income housing community. We're doing, I think, some good things with dollars and with this project that will provide a mix of housing that is needed there when the economy changes and we're able to put something on the ground. That will help the community in many ways, both with the tax revenues to be generated and hopefully, again, the sales tax as the business community develops downtown. Now, the last thing I'd like to touch on is the sheriff's, the issue with law enforcement services. It is the first priority of government, and this board has said that and has honored that and has provided the revenues for that historically. This proposed development will generate close to $95,000 in additional property tax that would go directly to the sheriff. Now, that does not pay for a full-time officer. As we get some sales tax generated, that will help to complement that. I think that this board has had that discussion in the past, that we feel that we are the, quote, mayor and council for this city, this unincorporated city. And it is incumbent on us to work with our sheriff and work with our fine officers who are out there working and doing an excellent job in Piru to provide services, to be community police oriented, to provide resources and respond certainly to the level of safety in that community, and we should continue to do that. I do not support the proposal before us that calls for a Melrose district because I think, one, it's precedent setting. We don't do it in any other part of our community, and I think that all of the unincorporated areas in this county deserve priority and attention from the sheriff and from the resources that are available. And we have to continue to work to make that happen. So I would like to ask the board to support the recommended actions with the revision to action number 10, and I'm handing that out if you would provide it. And the revision is to basically modify the recommendation so that the issue of the I'm sorry, I'm looking for the wording here. Law enforcement issue, significant unavoidable impact that cannot be reduced to less than significant measures. And I find this awkward to do because it's something that I felt that is really a policy issue and a allocation of resources issue that really falls within budget and discussions with the sheriff and the Board of Supervisors and not a CEQA document. But it is before us in this document, and in order to take some action on it, we have to provide this recommended revision to it, which again would be to say that this is an unavoidable impact that cannot be reduced to less than significant. And I hope I put that together right. Have you seen it? Pardon me? I know. I hadn't either. And let me say, honestly, it certainly has come from the community, feeling that they want to have more resources and attention in the community for law enforcement. They have issues with tagging. They have, but I think there's been a very concerted effort by the enforcement officials out there today who are really doing an outstanding job in community policing and getting out to understand what the community's needs are and where the hot spots are and providing resources to address those. So, do you have the document? This was provided to me by Dennis. Thank you, Dennis, for helping me put this together so that we could take action on it. So it would, the findings would be that the implementation of measure LE/ES-1 would be financially infeasible. There are no other mitigation measures or project alternatives that would avoid or lessen law enforcement impacts to a less than significant level. Finds the impact on the services, law enforcement services, for specific overriding consideration. Right? Correct?
Yes. Could I make one other correction to that? County Council pointed out that there was one of the statement of overriding considerations that you're approving is also that we would be enhancing the law enforcement. That should come out. That's the second from the last bullet on the last page of Exhibit 13. If I understand correctly, you do not want to finance the law enforcement services, so we take out, that's not one of the benefits of the project any longer. You're still finding that the other benefits override the other thing is this change would also change the resolution that's before you, and we'd ask that you direct staff to rewrite the resolution to conform to what you're doing.
This resolution.
And any other exhibits in the staff report package that need to be changed to conform with your board's direction if this measure is passed.
So if the board supports this interpretation, item 10, the recommendation number 10, basically goes away or is written out of
strike 10 altogether.
Striked and written.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would make it easier. That is my recommended request of the board to strike that entirely.
Yeah, in order to strike 10 entirely, then we need to make some modifications to the CEQA document, and that's what you proposed, the modification to Exhibit 13, which is the Statement of Overriding Considerations and the CEQA findings. And Dennis was just pointing out that we'd have to make one little additional change, which is not here in the page you passed out, but is in the existing Exhibit 13, and we will make that correction to be consistent with the recommended action if this passes.
And then the change would reflect in the resolution that needs to be passed.
Yes, everything would be corrected to be consistent with your action.
That's my motion.
And then we'll vote.
Is this for the whole thing?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Minus 10.
I could just
Go
make
ahead.
a couple of comments. One, the park funds, I'm glad that provisions are made and will continue to be made to make sure the park stays open to the public and properly maintained and all of that. The issue that Supervisor Long just passed out, just looking at that language, and I was talking to Noel, it's just helpful, I think, probably to get said that there's all kinds of things that make the proposal, the original proposed funding infeasible. We can't, by law, tell the sheriff what to do with the money we give to the sheriff. We can't tie the hands of a future board in terms of what the board's going to vote on. And yes, there's all kinds of things. So that's what makes this not feasible. I think gets us into this
Thank you. That's true.
I wanted to get that out on the record as terms of why that made that not feasible. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We can vote.
Oh, if I could make.
Yeah, we have one comment?
That's right.
There are comments?
There is the other thing is that there is, my understanding is they're part of this agreement, is a compromise on funding for low-income housing that is going forward with this project, and that has not been talked about. That wasn't talked about, but that compromise has been reached with this project.
Yes.
Right. Well, I just want to clarify that with staff, right? Because that is important. In general, I'd like to go on record as saying, normally when the projects come forward, I think that the low-income housing itself should be part of the project, which is why I've supported inclusionary housing proposals all the time when they come forward here. There are unique situations here in this Piru project as it's come forward, has been talked about. But in general, I wouldn't want to have people look at this and go across the board in the unincorporated area, paying your way out of actually providing the housing is not what I think is in the long-term best interest of our residents, because the issue is getting the housing more than it is the payment of the housing. Right? So, yeah, so I wanted to emphasize that.
Great. Okay. Thank you. So we're done and on? So we're going to move on to item number 36.
There you go. End of the road.
After 8 years. Thank you for all your hard work on that. Thanks. You're going to have so much patience.
Which, was
Well, you said good things. Ma'am, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Good afternoon and happy holidays. Good afternoon, Chairman Foy, honorable board members, and Mrs. Robinson. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you the study sessions on the Civil Service Commission this afternoon. The agenda item before you is a request study presentations on the Service Commission's operational budgets and to compare operational costs with other similar jurisdictions in Southern California. So the report today is an examination, the background on the Civil Service Commission's leading back into the mid-'80s. The commission would be holding meetings, hearing committees, hearings up to 50 plus. It's not uncommon at that time. But through the years and through the bargaining negotiations, the various bargaining units has adjudicated their disciplinary hearings to arbitrations. So today, in the current present time, the Civil Service Commission has received matters pertaining to 4 bargaining units: the Ventura County Deputy Sheriff Associations, the Ventura County Professional Firefighters Associations, Criminal Justice Attorney Associations, and the Management Confidential, Clerical, and other represented resolutions. Of interest, in 2007-2008, the Ventura County Commission reviewed a total of 9 disciplinary cases, of which 3 cases required full hearings. As opposed to in the mid-'80s, you have 50 hearing cases that would go on for multiple days. In our research with the other jurisdictions, the commissioners do receive stipends ranging from $50 to $200. The commission does have a staff support ranging from a clerical officer to an executive analyst. The direct cost of the Civil Service Commission would range from $45,000 direct costs to $297,000 as in the case of San Diego County. And in our data research, various jurisdictions would be convening weekly to a monthly meeting. Disciplinary case hearings ranging from 18 hours to 161 hours. So it varied across the board. But in particular, Ventura County, within the last 5 fiscal years, we researched that the commission were within their adopted net budget cost, with the exceptions in 2007, 2008. And this was attributed to the untimely submittals of claims and the additional costs associated with conflicts of attorney legal cases. So therefore, in 2007, 2008, the commission's budget went over a little bit $10,000. Today, in 2008, 2009, the adopted budget for direct costs for the Civil Service Commission is about $112,000. And at the current accounting period, the Civil Service Commission budget is within its parameters. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy. And today we also have Commissioners Frank and the Commissioners Fish in presence, and also the CEO Budget Analyst Jeff Burke to be available for answers and questions.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions in here? I guess just historically it looks like over the years there was a lot more different agencies, unions, or whatever were going to the Civil Service Commission. And it looks like they've shrunk that back and gone to arbitration.
Yes.
And then we've just got these other 3 or 4 left.
We have 4, yes.
Yeah, that haven't done that. And it seems like it's worked out for everybody else to be on arbitration. From us, that's right. So nobody. As you said, somebody new here looking at this for the first time,
right,
looking at that saying, "Wow." I'm just curious. We spend $112,000 a year. Again, we look at these commissions as an opportunity to look at: is there ways to streamline, do this? I'm sure that we have. I'm sure there's these different agencies have reasons why they want to do that, but I was looking at it as an opportunity to find a way to streamline what we're doing. But I don't know. Did you have any idea why?
We did explore the question with the County Human Resource Director as to the reason why these 4 bargaining units did not adjudicated to arbitrations, and it is at this time that these 4 units choose to go through the Civil Service Commission as part of this disciplinary hearing process.
Okay, all right, and then, all right, I guess that's some of my comments. All right, we have a speaker. Deirdre Frank? Yes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Deirdre Frank, current chair of the Civil Service Commission. I was very pleased to participate in the evaluation of our commission by your budget analysts and your CEO gentlemen. They were very thorough. They came to our meeting. They sat there. They saw what we do. We showed them hearing materials that we review. We shared with them the number of hours that we spend that are uncompensated. We do receive, I'll remind you, $100 per person stipend, and that we get when we attend a meeting. So when I spend 16 hours on a weekend reviewing volumes of legal documents, that's on my time and for my service to my county, which I'm happy to provide. We are going to be which, by the way, we have a compilation of our activity summary for the last year. I don't know if you've received that, but it explains to you that I can't see. This is what's happening to my eyes. As Catherine said, we did review 9 matters. That doesn't reflect the hours that we spend on those matters. So if we had 3 hearings, one hearing can go 10 days. I think the last hearing went, 5 days? 5 days, very sensitive matter. That decision is still being reviewed after a week. The hearing was a week ago, and the findings are still being drafted because it's a very complicated and sensitive issue. So anyway, if you don't have this activity summary, I think you should be reviewing that. In light of the defeat of Supervisor Flynn, his appointee, Florencio Vinzon, who's been with the Civil Service Commission for 12 years, about 12 years, has indicated to the remaining 4 of us on the commission that he would like to give Supervisor Zaragoza the opportunity to make his replacement appointment. He further is not in the best of health and travels quite a bit on family business, so he's generally been unavailable to us. So I would encourage you to please make this a priority when you're doing your orientation with Mr. Zaragoza or whatever, because we do have hearings that are going to be starting in January, and it's very difficult for us because we have 3-member hearing panels. So if we only have 4 on the commission and 3 of us have to be on a panel, we don't like to have the same 3 over and over. It really becomes a burden to us. So if we could get as prompt an appointment for that, it would really be appreciated. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much. We do try to streamline this as much as possible in trying to obtain stipulations from council on issues, cutting down witness lists so that we don't have redundant testimony. We stipulate on the evidence, the coordination of documents. That's something that our commission assistant does. And you'll see that there have been several matters that have been filed for our attention, but through the negotiation with our commission's assistant and our conflict attorneys, many of those matters do go away.
Good. And I think Supervisor Benz.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, number one, I appreciate you being the chair and being down here and taking more time out of your schedule being down here today.
Thanks.
I'm proud to have my appointee, Judy Bish, here today also.
My vice chair. Right arm.
And I know it is a tremendous commitment of time. And when you think about an attorney and the billing hours for an attorney, or you think about the money that Judy Bish could raise in an hour for any other nonprofit, it's a real generous contribution. And I think, given where things are budget-wise and what's going to happen, I just encourage you. New revenues coming from the board is not likely. Just encourage you to try to find as many ways to streamline your operation, just like we're trying to do with everything else. So the things you mentioned, I just encourage you to try to find ways to, for your own sake, so you don't burn out, try to keep those hearings as concise as possible and everything else. But thank you very much.
Let me ask you a quick question, if
Sure.
I could. What you just talked about, and you have 4 people like yourselves there.
Yes.
Attorneys?
I'm an attorney.
You're an attorney, okay. So you have an advantage over some of the other ones?
Yes.
In a sense, because we're having, in these situations, you have attorneys coming to you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and trying to reduce the information that comes and trying to, because I guess what I'm looking at as an attorney, in one sense, would have an advantage if they came to me, and I'm sitting on your commission because I don't have all the legal understanding and all the other things. But not all your people are attorneys?
No.
That are on your, so.
No.
So does that put your group at disadvantage?
No.
It doesn't?
No, that we have counsel. We have county counsel that's at every one of our meetings who advises. I'm the first attorney who's been on the board, on the commission, I think, ever, maybe.
So like as a judge in a courtroom, you can control what comes to you and what doesn't come to you.
Whoever is chairing the panel.
Right.
So if you're appealing your discipline, you're a sheriff guy, you got discipline, now you're appealing to the civil service, you would have your attorney with you, and there would be 3 of us hearing your appeal. I may not be on your panel. It might be 3 other members of the commission. Ms. Bish is a retired educator administrator.
Right.
Mr. Relly, Commissioner Relly, comes out of IBM, and
I guess that's kind of what I just look at. It kind of puts our commission at a disadvantage.
well, you appointed a commissioner who's not an attorney.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just looking at the whole thing as an issue, and that's what I'm trying to understand. Because I guess that's what I'm trying to look at this and say, because as Supervisor Bennett said, we want to control and make it more concise.
Right.
By not having attorneys, or just not having somebody as in a judge or somebody else there that can deal with the attorneys in a way that can say, we can get rid of this, we don't need to go through that day and those extra. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's what our commission assistant does.
It does.
He does. Before we even get the matter, it's already, the appeal has gone to him, he's processed it, he tries to see if there's something in the personnel rules that can't provide a solution to the issue that's being appealed. And oftentimes that does take care of it.
Okay. You want to say something?
I just wanted to ask a question to the chairwoman here. When you are handling the committee,
yes,
do you function like a judge would relative to looking at the cases that are coming, looking at the case that's coming to you and saying, well, okay, this case needs only this much time? I mean, I've been in courtrooms where judges say, you know, somebody says they want 5 days to do something, and the judge says, well, no, my evaluation is you don't need 5 days to do something.
Okay, what happens is the attorneys come before us when we schedule the hearing, and we say to them, what's your time, we just like that, what's your time estimate? And this one will say 10 days at least, and this one will say, oh no, 3 days. And we say, okay, when we get the witness lists, this one, of course, they put every person in the county sheriff's department on their list, everybody. And we do look at them and say, all right, realistically, who is it that you're going to be calling here? Because we're not going to sit here for 10 days listening to every person in the sheriff's department. So we do get them to whittle it down and whittle it down. We do get them to agree on documents, because we'll have the exhibits before. And we look at them and say, you both have the same exhibits. So why don't you stipulate on admissibility of these exhibits, and then we don't have to be arguing over them. You know what I mean? They could stipulate to certain foundational facts.
But
they could stipulate to the facts. Instead of argue, I mean, oftentimes they want to argue the facts.
I guess it comes down to what she's saying, though, to me, is what I understand. But don't we, as the chair, you can I'm only going to give you 2 days. I don't care if you say you need 10.
The problem with that is, you know, your Civil Service Commission is an access to justice issue. And these people are appealing their livelihoods. And this is not something that you can, or I would want to put a time parameter on, because they're entitled to their day in court, so to speak.
Well, I think we could say that in the court system, too, though, where a judge...
Well, this is quasi-judicial.
No, I understand. That's what I'm saying. But the judges do put time limits on things, so they don't run and go on.
And a lot of times they can get overturned on appeal for curtailing access to counsel and access to the court.
I guess from our standpoint, we're looking at these as she's gone through all these commissions, as we're trying to find ways to control costs. We're moving down a path that is going to be very drastic for this state and this county, and we're looking for every little thing. We want to be careful we don't, curtail anybody's right to justice. There's no question about that.
I understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Judy Bish. I didn't turn in a blue card, but just a couple of comments. We actually work really hard to pare down the time. We really do.
It's your time.
It's our time too. It's our time too. And there are a number of people who help us to do that. The commission assistant is one. That's one of the filters that this goes through to see if it really should be coming to us. The other filter we have is Noel's office is superb in helping out to let us know what are the issues at hand and what we ought to be doing. Whoever the chair is, well, let me back up. Whoever the attorney is for the commission, whether it is someone from county council or it is police and fire, whom county council then represents, and we have an outside attorney, our instructions to that outside attorney are settle the case if you can. And a lot of conversation goes on back and forth, a lot of negotiation. One of our people is particularly good at settling these things out. What can we do? What would be the options? Once they get to us, they've also gone through a process of what stipulations, what can we do to pare this down? And I can tell you it's a rare circumstance when we go longer than what was proposed. And part of that's because we run a really tight ship. You start at 9. You get 30 minutes, maybe 45 if you're lucky for lunch. We don't take all those breaks that you take in the regular court system. We run till 4:30 or 5. The question that the chair is always asking is, okay, and after this, it's 3:30, and after this witness, do you have somebody waiting outside and ready to come in? So we run it hard and fast and stay late if necessary, indeed, to cut down on the time that these cases take.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments up here? Mika? Motion. Thank you. Thank you for your.
And we recognize that the county, the state, and the nation are in difficult financial circumstances, and certainly we'll do our part to see that we try to keep things tight.
That. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And I appreciate that. I certainly know the hours of volunteer time and the work that is put into the commission. And we've had some discussions over the couple years as to the process and reviewing the operating procedures and providing you the support that you need where possible. But as was said, we don't see any future support. I want to get back to the issue of the labor tables and the arbitration option, and to, suggest that we explore through the labor tables to have these other labor tables who are not using arbitration as the tool, that they take a look at it. I just think it's going to get more difficult to find good volunteers like yourself who can give the hours that you give, and the impact it has to your own personal income level in many respects, and the things you do in the community. I just think it'll get harder for us to find people who can do the job and willing to do the job. So I think we need to pursue at the labor tables that are still out there. There is another model that's now been used by these other tables, successfully so, and we should take a look at that.
Okay, so we were asked to receive and file this and then maybe provide some direction. So how would you like to take that for Linda to?
Well, I'll put a motion forward to receive and file the report, providing direction to the CEO and our labor folks to take a look at how we can put this forward to the labor tables that aren't using arbitration as their settlement issue, to continue to work with the commission and their operating procedures and making sure we're giving them the support we absolutely possibly can to make sure that their good volunteer work is used efficiently and effectively. And that's it.
Good. Okay. Is that clear to you?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we can vote on that. And I just do appreciate all the hard work you're doing on all this stuff. I know it's a long, drawn-out, tedious thing, but thank you so much for what you're
You're quite welcome.
We're getting there. As
Thank you.
CEO said, we're getting there. So thank you, all of us.
Happy holidays to
All
you.
right, we're going to go to closed session. Do we have a message come out of closed session?
We have the possibility of 2 announcements.
2 announcement possibility. So we'll make Roberta stay here the whole time. Okay.
If my staff is listening, where's my latte?
All right, we're going to come back to order. We have an announcement from closed session. Our county council, no?
Thank you. On item 31 on the agenda, the Board of Supervisors has approved by a vote of 3-0 a final settlement of a dispute to avoid litigation to enforce certain terms of the county's lease of property to Channel Islands Homeowners Association. To settle the county's claims, the association has agreed to pay the county the sum of $6,400 and to defend and indemnify the county against claims that might be made by certain members of the association.
Great. Thank you very much. And we're going to go back to closed session, and we'll adjourn out of closed session.